Oh, yeah. Welcome back to Z Show. That's right, everybody. One letter, one show. One man, one world. Welcome. Greetings. Climb aboard. I would say all are welcome, but that may be a bit too ambitious to say all. But welcome anyway. Can't stop you from listening. We do ask that you please behave. Try to control yourselves when you're here as much as possible. I know many find that difficult in these strange, goofy times that we live in. But self-control seems to be a lost art. But let's do our best, folks. But either way, welcome. It is Z Show. And I'm your host, Zetetic Warrior. That's right, Zetetic. It's an actual word. It's not just made up. Believe it or not. I had to look it up myself when I first came across the word Zetetic. It's in the dictionary. I can prove it to you. You can prove it to yourself. You can Google it. It's in there. I'll save you the time. It means to proceed by inquiry. And that's what I do. I ask questions. Probably too many questions. Too many for my own good, at least. It turns out every question answered just kind of leads to like infinitely more questions. Fractal, some may say. Making a truth or any form of objective truth rather elusive. But hey, maybe that's the fun of the whole thing. I'm not sure where the the excitement would be otherwise. We appear to be participating in some strange journey, some weird labyrinth like adventure. But either way, we're here for another day. And for that, we are grateful. Not sure if you guys heard, but apparently a bridge collapsed today. I'm being facetious, of course, but the bridge really did collapse. And I know the conspiratorium is already at work. I noticed our good friend, Mr. Russian Vids, already put out a video. Good for you, RV. You're not slacking. You're on top of it. You have to get ahead of everybody else when it comes to this. I'm sure you guys will fill me in on all the strange, weird, and esoteric details of this event. I've already seen them coming out. I'm sure the numbers are going to line up. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of things to make us all question the validity of such a catastrophe. As many of my longtime listeners know, I am no auto hoaxer. Unlike many of my audience, which I'm finding out more and more, we have many auto hoaxers. Our good friend Rose 777 is amongst one of them. She's loud and proud about it. Well, she's also good friends with Russian Vids, which is weird, Rose. I hope I'm not blowing up your spot. It's hard to think that anybody could be friends with Mr. Russian Vids. He appears quite prickly, maybe a bit grumpy, but in your own way, you've managed to basically busybody your way into even his life somehow. It's amazing. We stand in awe of you. But yes, unfortunately, I haven't checked out the RV video yet, but I'm sure it'll be packed with a lot of things. Much love. You beat that Donut Factory to the punch, Russian Vid. Are you still listening, Donut Factory? Last time I talked about you, you magically showed up on my panel. I don't know what to think of you, Mr. Donut Factory. It appears you have a lot of eyes and ears out here in the Trutherverse. Apparently, when somebody talks about you, you're notified immediately. What do you call your minions? The Truth Mafia? Are you guys going to tell Donut Factory I'm talking about him again? Much love, Donut Factory. Much love. Because he's not really into, fear porning people constantly, scaring them with numbers and the occult. Hey, guys, let's just lay it down. The occult is the occult. It's just new information to many of us, but it's not new information. It doesn't have to be scary. Conversations about God and the devil and demons doesn't have to be scary. Stop it already. But as we know, fear, let's say, sells tickets. Proverbially, of course. Metaversal tickets. It gets views, it gets clicks, subscriptions, and donations. Fear sells. Fear sells. But not here, not at Z Show. We endeavor to rise above the fear, to rise above the trepidation, the anxiety, the doom, and the gloom, as we embark on a journey of manifestation, of positive intent, and positive regard. Anyway, much love all. Is this mic on? Sometimes I just start talking. I'm like, I hope my mic's like not muted. But at this point, I think you guys would let me know. At least Heidi would let me know. Hopefully. Hopefully. Who knows? Maybe we'll get the story one day on Rose's friendship with Russian vids. I want to know, Rose. The people want to know. We want to know the true story about RV. We want to know RV the man. You guys know Z the man. I'm too open with you guys. Probably about more than my own good. But maybe we could do one of those those Jung personality typology tests on RV, Rose. Do you think you'd be down for it? If so, let's do it here on Z Show. Let's get Flow State to guess the personality type of various members of the truther community. Maybe that'll be the next thing, Rose. Like, we'll try to guess everybody's personality type, and then we'll actually test them. Maybe that's how we'll get Karen B over here. Maybe that'll be like the shtick. Who knows? Where's Flow State when you need him? We could do the personality test on everybody. All the Z Show, all the people that have been here. We'll do one on Dave Weiss. We'll even do one on Witsit. Uh-oh. My computer's about to die. Please hold as I plug my computer in. Don't go anywhere. I have to go get the plug. I'll be back in 30. Talk amongst yourselves. Much love. Okay, we are back. Tragedy averted. Yeah, the computer apparently needs electricity. Who would have thought? I'm still waiting for that old world Antiquitech electricity. Where's my computer that runs off the ionosphere? That's the computer I want next. I want that computer. Maybe Martin Liedke can tell me where to get one. I bet he has one. If anybody has one, it's you, Martin. Not that Archaics, though. We're not going to give Archaics the ether-charged laptop computer. Sorry, Archaics. Much love and everything, but we're giving one to Martin. We'll even give one to you, Mr. Campbell, from Autodidactic. But not you, Archaics. You're suspect. Any Archaics fans out there? Who in my audience is an Archaics fan? Convince me why. Convince me why I should like Archaics. I'm open. I'm open for anything, really. I mean, you guys saw I had Mr. Snafu Snaps up here yesterday, demonstrating that I am open to discourse and resolution, even though most people seem not to be. What about you, Mad Mac? You an Archaics fan? I can't imagine Run Boston Bear is, but I don't know Boston Bear. I don't want to, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm just saying. Shadow and Light says that they dislike saying Antiquitech. It just kind of rolls off the tongue rather conveniently. So I've adopted the term Antiquitech. But I'm open to another one, Shadow and Light. I'm open to, changing it up a little bit, supplying a new term for it. You can call it old world technology, but she says she does like saying it. Fair enough. That makes two of us. I like saying it myself. Steph Davis says, I've seen pretty convincing, yet still alleged, double mastectomy pics of Archaics from when he was younger. What? I don't even know what to do with that, Steph. Did Archaics get a double mastectomy? That's very rare for a man, although I believe not unheard of. But she says she can't verify. Yeah, fair enough. Well, I know you're laughing, Steph, and I did too. It's probably something we shouldn't laugh at. Maybe is Rose still here? Rose knows all about that. Her stepdad apparently is quite practiced in giving men. I don't think it's mastectomy. I almost said vasectomy. What word did you use? Yeah, mastectomy. I think she was referring to breast reduction, but she's 4 minutes behind, so she's not going to answer. But apparently that's a thing for men, is breast reduction surgery. And apparently it's more and more of a thing of males needing this breast reduction. And I think the condition's called gynomastia. But anyway, I don't know. Oh, thanks, Steph. You got me on some weird jag now. I guess that's what I get for trying to make fun of Mr. Archaics. Much love, Archaics, but I just calls it like I sees it here. That's all. We're all waiting for Martin Liedtke to get over his Archaics phase. It might be over. I don't know. What do I know? But it's like when your buddies hanging out with the wrong people, or somebody you know is dating somebody you know is really bad for him. And you're kind of like, yeah, it's great. I hope you guys are happy together. And then when they break up, you're like, oh no. So you don't talk to Archaics anymore? Oh. I guess I don't have to pretend to like them. Anyway. Z's a Martin Liedtke guy here, by the way, just in case you guys didn't know. So if you have problems with Martin, please don't bring it up in my chat. Or you can, but be prepared to defend yourself. But what do I know? What do I know? I don't know everything. Anyway, much love, everybody. Shadow and Light says they're all buddies. Yeah, I don't know. I pick things up, though, Shadow and Light. I see cracks. I'm pretty intuitive with things. Yeah, Jay's team, Martin. Thanks, Jay. Like I said, I calls it like I sees it here. That's it. Plain and simple. But I like the term Antiquitech myself there, Shadow and Light. It pretty much sums it up. And apparently, Martin Liedtke coined the term Antiquitech. I could be wrong. Martin also told me that he found the famous flat Earth, the Japanese, I think it's called the Karabati map. I'm sure Ron Boston Bear knows what I'm talking about. I think they found it in some kind of Hawaiian publication, periodical from the early 1900s. Not Kiribati. That's that weird island that David Weiss is fascinated with, but it's the Far East depiction of the other lands. Martin said he found it. What do I know? Yeah, Boston Bear gave me the thumbs up. Martin said he found that, Run Boston Bear. The one with all the looks like it's extra lands. And also, Martin is very suspect of the Urbano Monti 1586 flat Earth map. He thinks it might be bullshit. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe he changed his mind on that one. Because it's my favorite map. I was very disheartened when he told me that. I actually have it hanging on my wall. It's like right next to me. The 1586 Urbano Monti map. Check it out, anybody, if you haven't. I might do a presentation on it soon. We'll go in and we'll examine the fucking map. It's crazy. Not only does it have those the land at the North Pole with those like 4 mini islands with the lodestone Rupus Negra mountain in the center, but it's got the habitable lands around the Antarctic circumference. It has strange creatures. Steph Davis loves that map. Yeah, I'll do a whole thing on it, Steph. Somebody gave me a cool website to go to where it's that map in high detail and you could zoom in on things, and I'll do the whole thing. Loving those old maps, especially the land at the North Pole. The so-called Hyperborea, which is a Greek word apparently, which means the land beyond the north winds. And the legend of the Hyperboreans goes through many of these antique cultures. These giant Hyperboreans, the Norse, Nordic cultures spoke of the Hyperboreans, and so many. What's at the North Pole now? I don't know. Who knows? I'm not there. I'm inclined for evidence. The older I get, I want evidence. I love exploring things. Some things you'll never have evidence for, but to claim things, yours truly wants evidence, needs evidence. I think it's only fair. It's only logical. Rose is asking me if I want to interview Wayne McCroy. Yeah, Rose. I would like to interview Wayne. Either that, or I could just do my Wayne McCroy impersonation. Hi, I'm Wayne McCroy. Yeah, Rose. Let's do it. Let's get Wayne on. He'll be a good guest. I'm trying to line up a few special guests, and he'll be a good one. All right, everybody. Should we start the show? Is it the time? I think it's about that time. We might as well. I hope everybody's having a wonderful day, and if not, well, then I hope it gets better. And guess what? If you're not having like that great of a day, it's okay. No pressure. That's the weird thing about people. They like put pressure on like people to like be fine all the time. How many times does somebody ask you, how's your day? And you're like, oh, I'm fine. It's fine. How are you doing? Oh, I'm fine. But maybe you're not fine, but you just say it anyway because, hey, you don't want to be a drag. You don't want to bring them down. Why can't we just like say how we are? Like, nah, I'm having a rough day. Maybe tomorrow could be better. People want to live in a fantasy world. Hey, the TV, social media, everything, mass culture, they're going to present this idea that everybody's just okay, that there's some objective normological standard of what's okay and what's healthy. People are going to present their lives in a certain way. It's this new age idea in this perfect life. It's not human in so many ways. We've become dehumanized in so many ways. It's gross. It's probably the satanic inversion that people like to talk about. It takes us away from our humanity. And I know that's not the greatest word, but it's this idea that we've somehow, through technology, transcended like our base materialist animal-like needs, urges, wants. And I think it leads to a high degree of dysfunction and insanity. Let's just stop it, everybody. Let's just be real. Hey, can we just be real? We could try, right? What do I know? All right, let's get this thing started. Let's get this airship off the ground and get on with life. I've been thinking about moving the show later. As you guys notice, I try to start at like 6:20, and I usually start around 6:40-ish. So I might just start scheduling the show for 6:40. I haven't decided yet. It just works a little bit better into my schedule. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Either way. All right, it's enough of that. Let's get going with the show. Yes. Let's get the camera on. There we go. Let's get it situated. Hola, folks. Let's line this up. We're in business. Greetings, Earthlings. Official opening commencing right now. Good evening, everybody. Greetings and salutations. You have found your way to Z Show. That's right, folks. It's the end of the rainbow, the bottom of the rabbit hole. And as always, we are broadcasting live and in living color around the level, horizontal, topographical plane called Earth. That's right, everybody. We're in for a good one tonight, as always. Always a good show. You never know what's going to happen. You never know. Like I always say, it starts out tranquil, placid, serene, and then it turns into some crazy, like frenetic maelstrom that I almost can't even control. But who wants to control it? I don't need to control things. I'm not God. I don't need to control every little thing. I don't need to know every little thing. And neither to you. It's okay if you don't know things. All right, everybody. Much love. Let's get this show going. Let me get to the chat. Who's here? This way I get to really check in on people. Divine Spark, Heidi 313 in the house. Dominic Tersini, much love, good sir. Shadow and Light, greetings, lovely lady. Nuba, coming to us from the land of Aussie, which for him is somewhere around midday. Much love, Nuba. Steph Davis, as always, greetings. Somewhere in time, says all aboard. That's right, cuckoo, cuckoo. Grant's Modern Life. How's it going there, Grant? Good to see you. Mr. Boston Bear, able to check in live tonight. Much love, Boston Bear. I know you're doing your thing and holding it down. J, one letter, and one letter is all you need. Much love. That way is here. Much love. Mark the Arc Spark. Welcome. Rose 777 5.0 back with her old channel name. How'd you get your old channel name back, Rose? Well, it's your 5th channel name, but I don't know. Maybe you'll let us know. Either way, good to see you and that familiar icon. Mr. Mad Mac in the house, and he's very proud because he knows what Hyperborea stands for. I know. Cool. The land beyond the north winds. It's like the most mystical name of anything I've ever heard. Imagine if you lived there and you told somebody, like, I live in the land beyond the north winds. Talk about a pickup line. You just meet this girl somewhere, like at a bar, and she's like, where do you live? The land beyond the north winds. She's not going to turn you down. Who knows? You never know with these chicks nowadays. Joe Moore, shalom, shalom, and shalom. Mr. R. Poe in the house. Hello, good sir. My chat is skipping. Don McRon coming at us. And so many more. Much love, everybody. As always, welcome. Settle in. Like I said, you never know where the show is going to take us. Hopefully it takes us somewhere good. And if not, it'll at least be an experience for everybody. Like I said, we don't need to control every little thing. That's another like modern psychosis that we have, is this compulsion. It's compulsion for control. It's no good. There's no need for it. It's actually bad for you. Because they're telling you they have it all figured out, everybody. They're telling you they know every little thing. Oh, they know what's up in the sky, and they know all about the planets and what they're made of, and all these exoplanets, and what's going on with them. And they know every little thing. They know about the fundamental, particle physics of this world. They're going to tell you all about it, and how electrons kind of work, and subatomic particles. They're going to tell you all about it. They're going to tell you that they know why things fall down. Not just, okay, that things fall down. Isn't that enough? Can't we just call that a law of nature? Things go down. They apparently accelerate at 9.8 meters per second. Okay, that's fine. But why do they have to tell me why? And am I supposed to believe them when especially when there's really no evidence? Oh, but they have a lot of, real fancy technology, just like with space. Oh, because they know what these, distant nebula are, and black holes and distant exoplanets that exist many light years away, billions of miles, because, they have technology that you and I don't have. So, we can't verify any of it. Of course. We just need to be them. We need to be, like an elite in some weird secret society that you have to do crazy, stupid rituals. Like, I don't know, jerk off in a coffin, or like kill one of your loved ones. Who wants that? Okay, well, I'll just believe you then, because, I don't want to kill my mom, like these crazy fucking entertainers and stuff like that with their blood rituals. It's too much. Get over it, everybody. What's my point? My point is, you don't have to know every little thing. It's not necessary. Somebody just told you that. It's not real. All right. Let's take a brief musical interlude. Let me prepare for my next segment. And I'll be back very shortly. Let's listen to Lucky now. I've been building up more musical videos, but I always go back to like Lucky and Nathan. They never get old for me. Maybe someday they will. But currently, they're pure gold. Much love. More Z Show in a few. Don't go anywhere.
The scene was an old roadside cafe. The waitress sweeping the floor. The two truck drivers drinking their coffee. And two okie kids by the door. How much for them candies, they asked her. Well, how much have you got? She replied. Well, we've only one penny between us. Well, they're two for a penny, she lied. And the daylight grew heavy with thunder, with the smell of the rain on the wind. Isn't it just like a human? Here comes that rainbow again.
Yeah. My man.
And the truck drivers cried at the waitress.
Let's get lucky on the show. If you're a lucky person,
After the boys went outside,
go to his channel right now. Say,
hey, them
come on the
kids,
Z's.
They ain't two for no penny.
Let Lucky know we need to talk to
Yeah, what's it to you? She replied. Well, in silence, they finished their coffee. And they stood up, they nodded goodbye. She said, hey, you guys left way too much money. Yeah, what's it to you? They replied. And the daylight grew heavy with thunder,
him. Yeah, buddy.
with the smell of the rain on the wind. Isn't it just like a human? Here comes that rainbow again. Isn't it just like a human? Here comes that rainbow again. Here comes that rainbow.
That's right, Mr. Lucky Haskins. That beautiful rainbow showing us all the spectrum of colors contained within white light, from red up to basically the violet. It's beautiful. It's all frequency. Lucky knows that. I'm not telling him anything new. It's frequency, everybody. Everything's frequency. This whole world, this whole reality. Just get used to it. It's the key. What did that Tesla say? 369 is the key to the universe. That wasn't Tesla. He stole that from a guy named, I think his name was Woolley or something. I talked about him a few weeks ago. It's all frequency, energy, vibration, which is the same thing. That's just three ways of saying the same thing. Frequency, energy, vibration. It's all the same. Everything vibrates, everything moves. The Hermetists told us that. Everything's in flux. Everything vibrates in harmony. It's beautiful. That's why we love music so much. Same thing. Vibration, frequency. That's what it's all about. It's a grand spectrum of life. And the frequencies that exist beyond our perception. Sounds that we can't hear. Now they exist nonetheless. You might not be able to call them sound because that implies perception, but it's energy nonetheless. Same thing with light energy, which is basically just electromagnetic. You see light only because you have the acuity to do so with your vision, but that same energy exists at lower and higher frequencies outside of that light spectrum. The light spectrum is actually a very tiny sliver, a small bandwidth of the grand spectrum of electricity, electrostatics, electromagnetism. It's all frequency. It's all there. There's things that exist beyond our perceptions. What's that famous quote? If the doors of perception were cleansed, man would see things as they truly are, infinite. I forget who we could attribute that quote to. Might have been Huxley. I'm not sure. Apparently, the rock group, The Doors, got their name from that wonderful quote. The doors of perception. It's really what it is. If the doors of perception were cleansed, we would see the infinity, the fractal nature of this entire reality. It's beautiful, really. All right, let's get into some stuff. Let's get into some good stuff that I have pulled here. But yeah, yesterday Rose was up and we reviewed a roadside video of an unfortunate encounter between a policy enforcer, a so-called peace officer, and a good citizen of these United States that ended in the tragic death of the good citizen. Well, we're not going to review that again. It was gruesome, but Rose was apologizing that she was not here for the conversation that followed. But indeed, Rose, we had a spirited, lively conversation with the panel afterwards. It went in all kinds of places. But we're not going to watch anybody die tonight, so we'll spare the audience. Although people seem to be into it, Rose. People like it. People like gore. People like drama. I guess it's human nature. It must be. Look at the movies that people are. If you say you have cable, I don't really watch TV much, but occasionally I'll sit down and go, let me watch a movie. And frankly, they're mostly insufferable. But if you go down your cable channels, every other movie is just going to be bang them up, shoot them, gory death movie. Somebody's dying, demons, blood, sex. That's what people are into. Now, you could argue that that's what's being propagandized, presented to us, but people are into it. It's exciting. It makes you feel something. We don't really feel much anymore. Look, we live in temperature-controlled environments. We're rarely hungry. Sex is on tap. It's cheap. I mean, we're wanting for very little in a physical sense. So people look for their feels in other ways. Most of it's very dysfunctional. All right, let's get into some stuff. Where's my playlist? I don't have anything about the bridge. If you guys want to come up and talk about the bridge collapse, we could do it later. But I need to absorb the information. Hey, like I said, some of you are going to auto-hoax the bridge collapse. Some people are going to wait for more information. Me, I'll just say I don't know. I haven't looked into it. Maybe a big cargo ship lost power, crashed into the bridge, and it fell down. I don't know. I'm just saying. Things happen. I can't auto-hoax everything, but on the other end of that spectrum, I mean, people could say the same thing about 9/11. Oh, maybe it was just 19 hijackers and 2 buildings that went down. Well, most of us know that that's not the case, but I don't know. I don't feel the urge to swing to the other extreme end of the pendulum and say, everything's an auto-hoax. And we don't need to do that. All right, let me pull some stuff. I have a series of short things I want to get into. Interesting things. Enlightening things. Mind-bending things. Yeah, here's a good one. All right, so many of you may have heard of a concept called a DEW, a directed energy weapon. More and more, this term is popping up in the truther zeitgeist. And I wanted to show you guys a clip that I came across. It's a short clip, and it's entitled Directed Energy Weapon Captured During a Thunderstorm. And real or not, I don't know. But let's check it out. I'll let you guys decide.
Street.
Let me bring it up a little bigger. All right, check this out. Like I said, the title speaks for itself. DEW captured during thunderstorm.
What the is that, dude? What? That's it. Explosion. Explosion.
All right, so for those of you just listening, basically it's a lightning storm, and associated with the lightning is a pretty much what looks like to be a green laser beam that coincided exactly with the lightning storm. Now, it doesn't look to be like, sometimes people have like, say there's a premiere of like, I don't know, like a movie or like at a theater, and they like, put like that bat signal up in the air. It doesn't look like that. It looks like a thick green laser that appears to maintain its shape. It doesn't expand in any way. Now, I don't know. I've never seen a direct energy weapon in the, live and in person. I'm not even sure they exist. I have a hunch that they do, because why not? Let's check it out again.
Holy God.
So anyway, I don't know if you guys seen that. I'll let you decide. They're calling it the green beam. Now, I don't know what a directed energy weapon would look like. I don't know if you would be able to see it. Some people say, and we were just talking about the towers, coincidentally, that it was a directed energy weapon that took the towers down. What's the term that they use? Dustify? Now, I don't know if that's the truth. I don't know what happened to those towers. A lot of people say the recent fires in Texas were the result of the DEWs. The fires that we saw in Hawaii. But I'm not so sure that it's completely visible to the naked eye. But either way, fascinating. What do they have? Who are they even? Why would they? Why would they take the towers down? Why would they torch Maui? Why would they manufacture, these great weather events, these cataclysms, hurricanes? I remember Superstorm Sandy, where I live in New Jersey. It was a big deal. Wiped out a lot of towns, a lot of damage. Are they natural events as such? Are they being augmented in some ways? I mean, I could look up at the sky. I see what they're doing with the spraying of the skies, these so-called chemtrails. That's obvious to me. That's the one thing that nobody could convince me that that's just a natural byproduct of a commercial jet airliner. I'm not buying it. I don't want to beat a dead horse on the chemtrail thing, but I'm fascinated. I'll go out every single day, and that's the first thing I do is look in the sky, see if they're spraying. And what I notice is it's completely random, meaning to say that you may have 2 days with the same temperature, same humidity, same atmospheric conditions, at least as far as I can tell. No difference. Like one day and another, and it feels the same. Everything seems the same. And one day those planes are just blasting out thick plume of, whatever it is that seems to dissipate throughout the day in a grid-like fashion and just form basically a vanilla sky vapor of haze, gray haze in the sky. And the next day, nothing. It'll be a Wednesday, then a Thursday. Are you telling me there's less planes up there? Are you telling me something changed in the atmosphere? It's cuckoo. It's beyond explanation to me. You can't explain it to me otherwise. And again, what's even more fascinating is how everybody can see the sky as long as you have the ability to see. Are they not looking up? And then when they do they just not care? Again, it goes back to this modern thing that's happening where people just don't seem to care about a true thing versus a false thing. Fact versus fiction. Reality versus delusion. Fantasy. We have an entire generation of grown men and women who have chosen a fantasy because it's convenient, because it's expedient, and because they are rewarded for compliance. Again, if there is indeed a satanic or Luciferian inversion, I can think of no greater example of this propensity for people to choose the fantasy, again, because it's comfortable. To me, it's basically the definition of selling one's soul. I can't see it any other way. All right, let's check this one out. This one's crazy. This one's called Cats and Snakes. I'm going to let this one speak for itself, but this blew me away because I love cats. I'm a cat person. I love dogs too. I've had a dog in the past, and I loved my dog, but I'm definitely more of a cat person. Well, listen to this. This one blew my mind.
Here's something crazy about cats you may have never heard of. The first thing is their pupils. They're slitted pupils. Do you know how rare that is in the animal kingdom? Lions do not have slitted pupils. They're round just like ours. Tigers don't have slitted pupils either, nor do jaguars. Now this is kind of the weird thing because I kind of thought that a domesticated house cat came from a big cat at some point down the line. But if they don't have slitted pupils like a house cat does, then what does have slitted pupils? Reptiles. Snakes and alligators have slitted pupils. Not any other cat. Now, in many cultures, ancient reptiles were considered to be kind of a trippy creature that had other abilities and senses. The other thing that's weird is that cats hiss like a snake, and they have slitted pupils like a reptile.
So cats hiss and have slitted pupils like a snake. Am I the only one who didn't know this? Did I miss the memo on cats and reptiles have slitted pupils, nothing else? And the big cats just have regular round eyes? I mean, makes sense to me. I look, they were showing those big cats and their eyes, and I go, yeah, of course they don't have those slit eyes. But how come I never thought, why does the cat that's right next to me, 6 feet away from me, have these reptile slit eyes? But the big lions, tigers, pumas, all of them, none of them have the slit eyes. They just have regular round pupils. How did I miss this? And why is it fascinating to me? These are the little things in life that make me go, wow, that's insane.
A reptile. They also love to eat mice, as do snakes. Now, we know how much the ancient Egyptians loved cats. Cats also have pineal glands. And you notice that cats will do that thing where they'll look in the corner of the room and be making a fuss about what seems to be nothing. It is believed that their eyes enable them to see outside of the visible light spectrum that me and you are bound by. Now, it's not known how a cat has half the attributes of a lion and half the attributes of a snake, but perhaps some genetic tinkering went on many, many years ago in ancient worlds and civilization.
All right, some genetic tinkering many, many years ago. Well, based off what we're learning about history, it might not have been that many years ago. But either way, genetic tinkering of some sort is certainly a possibility. It could be some weird spiritual evolution. Many people wouldn't be surprised here on Z Show. I do not, quote unquote, believe in macro Darwinian evolution as presented. However, some idea of a spiritual, conscious, metaphysical type of evolution to me seems, well, at least plausible. Maybe possible, I could say. If we're to go by any of the protected, occulted, and esoteric writings that have been passed down to us through the mystery schools, like the writings of the Rosicrucians, who to me carried apparently a lot of knowledge from many other mystery schools. We find this idea that, you know, that organisms, humans, and other animals seem to evolve in ways that we probably can't even understand through conventional means. I don't mean millions and billions of years of survival of the fittest, like, beneficial adaptation, Darwinian evolution. I mean in some very weird, energetic, conscious, spiritual, or even mental evolution. An idea that this whole reality may even evolve, this world where we find these different epochs of time, these different energetic ages, where the lands, the atmosphere, and again, even the organisms here were very strange and different, and in some ways predecessors to what we see today. Strange stories, even human evolution from these ancient lands and time periods. Strange beings, almost, defy logic, but again, only when you look through a pre-indoctrinated paradigm, worldview. Either way, this thing here with the cats and the snakes, I found fascinating. And I mean, come on, again, these stories of these ancient beings, or the cryptids, chimeras, etc., etc. There's so many of them. Again, everybody, we live in an exceedingly strange, mysterious, and wonderful world. Let me play this one for you. So earlier I was talking about this idea that there's frequencies that exist beyond our perception, beyond our awareness, at least our conscious awareness. Well, I want to play you a clip here where they talk about what's called low frequency infrasound, which is basically, as you could probably derive, it would be sounds that are infra, which means below your perception. There's two people here were using some software program on some new movies, entertainment, and they picked up some very strange findings and results regarding these low frequency sounds, these infrasounds, and potentially, this idea that this media, these movies, whatever, may be embedded with certain frequencies that are programming us on a subconscious level. And this isn't crazy. I've heard of these things throughout even the beginning of broadcasting, basically subliminal programming. Let's get into this one and see what they have to say. Let's see what the evidence is. Because again, we want evidence. I want evidence. Stories are great. Fanciful stories are wonderful. They're exciting. Z wants evidence. Well, let's see what they're going to present here for us.
And this movie right here is Jurassic Park, for instance. Okay, I'm just showing this to people who have never seen this.
Sorry the sound's low, but bear with me. It is what it is. I didn't make this. I'm just presenting it.
For the last 15 years that I have been using Sony Vegas and other editing software and have gone through downloading movies and using them in our own video production, 100% of the time, it's either an MKV or an MP4. Occasionally, you'll download a torrent that's an AVI, not very often. Again, this is what it will always look like. One video file right here, one audio file right here, always. That's been my experience. Now,
all right, so he's basically
when we downloaded.
He's basically showing you he downloads these movies for whatever he does. I don't know if this is his business or what the hell this guy does. Who knows? But And he just says he downloads the movie and it basically gives him a video file and an audio file. That makes sense. Well, apparently he downloaded some newer movies, and he's going to talk about it. In particular, this new movie that was produced by the Obamas, apparently, called Leave the World Behind. I remember when it came out maybe a few months ago on, I guess, where else but Netflix. And apparently when they downloaded this Obama-produced Leave the World creepy-ass movie onto the software program, they got a little bit of a atypical result regarding the sound file. Let's take a look.
And put Sony put the movie Leave the World Behind onto Sony Vegas. Here you go. Stunning. One video file, 4 audio files opened up. And this one, this 4th audio file, seems to be the weapon. This is a ELF, low frequency infrasonic wave right here. And so we are gonna, let me put the camera back on again. So this is big news, just so people realize. In 15 years of video editing, I have never downloaded, and I'm speaking specifically a movie file, okay, a Hollywood movie from a torrent, downloading it in either MKV, MP4, occasionally AVI. 100% of the time, over 1,000 movies I've done this with, you have video file, audio file, period. This is the very first time I've ever seen anything like this with the 4 files. Bonnie's going to go into now talking about the infrasonic sound waves and what we found out about that, and the fact that there's one here. And the point is, we're going to go.
So infrasonic sound waves, again, below your perception. First of all, why would anybody bother to put such a low frequency sound into the movie if you can't hear it, basically? Do they want them to feel it? I mean, you would need pretty powerful speakers to do so. And again, why is this anomalous? How come we don't see it with other movies? 2, what could be the purpose if this indeed was done, consciously, volitionally, intentionally? Well, this understanding that although we may not be consciously perceiving these frequencies, these sonic frequencies, that doesn't mean that we're not perceiving them through other means now. We obviously have our auditory system, our hearing. That is what we use to perceive sound. Sound is just basically acoustic energy, which is mechanical energy. It's vibrating air particles. You're only responsive between certain frequency ranges. Typically, its lowest is 20 hertz or cycles per second, and the highest would be 20,000 hertz. It's basically your range of hearing. But if you have something that's below 20 hertz, is it possible that you perceive that frequency in other ways? Maybe in some energy type of way, or in some mental or conscious way that we're not aware of, that it affects you. I've seen stuff like this in the past, this idea that these low frequencies are used to entrain people, to lock them into certain hypnotic, states of mind, states of being. And so you find these type of things.
Go back after Bonnie gives you some information about what it is we're dealing with, how this is a weapon. Then we're going to go back towards the end of the live stream here, and I'm going to hit specific places where this weapon was used against anybody who watches it. Okay.
So they're calling it a weapon. Now, okay, do we have evidence that this was intentional and that it is a weapon? I would say no. But this idea that they can use these sonic, these let's say sub-perceptive frequencies to control people in certain ways, that's not crazy to me. That's not goofy. And We know that sound is, again, it's energy, it's frequency and vibration. Music is used to control people in so many ways, to basically manipulate people's emotions and their feelings, thought patterns, all kinds of things. What better way to do so than present it in a way that's below someone's conscious awareness? They're not even aware that they're being exposed to it. That's not crazy to me. Oh, here's another one. So we were talking about earlier in the show this concept of Antiquitech, this idea that there are these old buildings that still remain from our past. Now, again, like we said, the time period we can probably argue about concerning how old they are. But regardless, nonetheless, we know that they're old buildings. Not only are they typically very beautiful and ornate, but many have an understanding and an idea that these buildings were much more than aesthetics and beautiful engineering and architecture, that they were actually used as, let's say, mechanics, that there was some type of mechanism, technology. So I wanted to show you this. This is apparently from an ancient building in Cambodia, and you can see the design of it, and you can see the spire. Notice we see the spire. Now, you can find this type of architecture, these basically pointy antenna-like spires on all the so-called, or many of the so-called cathedrals that we find all around the world. And again, well, is it possible that these spires were basically used as some type of antenna to harness electrical power from the ionized atmosphere? We know, and we could demonstrate, that as one elevates or goes higher in altitude, the positive ions, or the concentration of positive ions, increases, meaning to say the air is more positively charged as we go up in elevation. All right, it's almost like we kind of have a big battery, that our whole basically atmosphere, some can call it ether, acts like a big let's say electrical charge. This could be evidence. I want everybody to take a look at the top of this spire on this Cambodian temple, and you can blatantly see the, I guess what I can term the plasmatic like presentation of the electricity all around it. Visually, is it possible that we're seeing the remnants of this old world Antiquitech technology right before our eyes? Let's take a look. So as you see, I mean, you can see the it almost looks like one of those Tesla balls, like if you ever went inside like at the mall, like a Spencer's Gift, and you put your hand on the globe and you see the electric shooting inside, or some other type of again, energetic charge. Again, this goes back to this idea that we live in an electrical reality, that everything's electric. Everything, all of it, from the very foundational metaphysics of this world. And this idea that the generations before us in the not too distant past were well aware of this electric potential that is all around us, and they were quite acquainted with the means and mechanism to harness and utilize this electrical energy right from the air. and that these buildings were basically designed and engineered with this in mind. Completely fascinating. I know they didn't teach me this in school. I learned a lot of things. I had a public school education, and I didn't learn anything like this about the old world. I learned a lot of bunk, a lot of bullshit in my history class, but nothing about ancient buildings harnessing ether energy and static electricity from the atmosphere. Again, completely fascinating. And most normies, people of normie mind say, well, what does it matter? Oh, it's really cool that they did it. Well, what it means is, again, it's the lie. It means that there's energy, there's technology that exists that's being hidden, kept from us, and that we were presented with other technologies that were more basic, more dirty, more polluting, because of certain factors, most likely for control. Because if energy is free, if it's all around us, if we could just harness the electricity right from the air, well, it's not really easy to kind of profit from that. If you're some basically large-scale corporation, some multinational, some weird elite bloodline, I don't know. But either way, fascinating. What else do I have that's cool? This one's crazy, but this might not be crazy to me and my audience. But even when I first saw this, I said, this is too crazy for me. But then I went, no, it's not. Actually, I could see this happening. Oh my God, if this is true, what kind of fucked up world is this? And I almost didn't present it. But then I went, no, let me present this, because I'm not going to put all my money on like this next clip being, 100% legit and possible, but I'm not saying it's impossible. This one's called, Does Jim Carrey Play Joe Biden? Let me know in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you've heard this conspiracy before. If you've heard that this is possible idea that Jim Carrey is playing the role of President Joe Biden. It's crazy, but after watching this video, I said, you know what? I've heard crazier things. I don't know. Let's look at it. But let me know if you've heard about it. All right, Boston Bear says 2, so that's a no. Oh, it's a 1. He put it. So you have heard this one. It was a new one for me. And I don't know. Maybe I heard it and I forgot. But all right, a lot of people say 2. So all right, let's watch it. I'm telling you guys, you're going to look at this and you're going to go, oh shit. Like, that's not completely as insane as it sounds at first glance. Yeah, we got to get into this. I can't believe I almost didn't play this. I almost just said, nah, fuck this. I'm not playing it. Hold on, let me get it up. This is one you want to see. So if you're just listening, you might want to see it. Come on up. Yeah, everybody, like it's. I'm just gonna play it. I'll let the video speak for itself. Oh, here it is. Ah, damn! I hit the wrong button again. Please bear with me. It's my fault. Because you think I have a MacBook Pro and you think it's a great computer. Well, it was a great computer in 2009 when I bought it. It was probably the best laptop you can get. Now it's barely functional, but it serves our purposes. Here we go. All right. So again, does Jim Carrey play Joe Biden? Let's get into it.
Play Joe Biden part of the time. And I'm not talking Saturday Night Live, I'm talking real life. At the end of this video, I think if you don't think so right now, there might be a little part, at least a little part of you that just might agree with me. Let's start with this. We all know he is a physical comedian. But just watch this.
Options were limited.
be seeing much more physical humor in my show.
I want to go way back now. It'll be.
All right, we get it. He falls down a lot. Let's get to it.
Okay, so you get the idea. He falls a lot.
All right, look at this one. So the first one, the picture on the left is actually Jim Carrey doing a Joe Biden impression, which I think I remember. It might have been like Saturday Night Live or something like that. That's the first thing, which is insane in and of itself, because even just his Saturday Night Live impression looks like Joe Biden. Let's continue.
He falls a lot for comedy. But did you ever notice who else falls a lot? And hey, they kind of look like, in fact, that might even look a little bit more like Jim Carrey than Jim Carrey looks like Jim Carrey in this. That's Joe Biden, I'll show you. Sure looks like a lot like Jim Carrey to me. That's supposed to be Biden getting off the helicopter. They even have similar walks and forward head postures. Do you see it? I see it. Similar length arms in comparison to their knees.
Yeah, like Sarah's saying in the chat, nothing would surprise her anymore. That's where I am. Look, as we find out more about this insane reality, this idea that, you know, like all these first ladies, come on, Michael Obama. I just did a presentation like a week or two about the first lady of France, whatever her name is, Brigitte Macron. Seems like she's a total dude. So, okay, if we have all these political leaders that are married to these trannies and they're pulling that off in front of everybody, why not this? Like I said, I'm not putting all my money on this. This is even cuckoo for me, but some of this shit's compelling.
Knees. And we know how Hollywood likes to put things in plain sight. We also know they do a ton of predictive programming. This Simpsons was 15 years before this, even to the sign falling down.
That was another one that blew me away. Remember the whole, what they're showing, the Donald Trump down the elevator Simpsons thing? With the sign even falling down as they're showing. It's too much. That in and of itself is insane to me, by the way. That's another thing with the Simpsons. All the weird predictions that they had. It's just... Again, I've been saying this a lot lately. I'm not surprised that the average indoctrinated plebe doesn't want to touch any of this information. Because once you kind of open the door to this, it's like the proverbial, you know, down the rabbit hole when Alice kind of tumbles down the rabbit hole and it just keeps going. It's, I get it, why people don't want to do it, and they just choose the illusion. I get it. I mean, it's not for me. I don't want to live like that. I'm not going to live like that, but I have compassion for people, and it gives me a better understanding and a better way to interact with those around me in a less judgmental way. It's hard. You know, No, let me continue.
I'm free on the 7th at 7.
See it? I saw one thing at first. Watch the timing of his hand. His hands, then watch. You see it? Watch. I sync it up here. Ready? There it is. Watch. Yep. And the hands. Timed up at the same time. The hands at the same time. That's Jim Carrey. That is Jim Carrey. I'm going to show you more. Okay, here it is, the full clip. You'll see he salutes and he puts his hand up twice, just like we saw in the movie Bruce Almighty with Jim Carrey.
Here's the thing. If I were Jim Carrey, like if I were playing the role of president, I'd ham it up. Like, I wouldn't be very good at it. People would figure it out quickly. Because I'd basically be Jim Carrey, but the president. I would go full Jim Carrey as Joe Biden It'd be too much. It'd be like the movie The Mask or fucking Ace Ventura. Like when he bends over and he talks out of his butt. Could you imagine? Like if Jim Carrey just loses it one day, he's like, oh, fuck this. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of this bullshit.
And then tell me this isn't Jim Carrey's comedic falling. There's no way Joe Biden is this quick on his feet and moves. And watch how he does this little jog. The salute at the end here. It is Jim Carrey. And I'm going to show you more still.
And now if you're this guy, he's saying it is Jim Carrey. And you know, I can never go as far as many people do in these things. But I don't put it past people. It's like, again, the video that Rose and I reviewed yesterday, immediately, at least, let's say 20% of my audience said, this is fake. It's scripted on the side of the road. And I just can't immediately go there. Who knows? Maybe it's my personality. Maybe it's my birth sign. I'm a Libra, which is apparently balanced. It just kind of maybe colors like the way I look at things, where I tend to just weigh both sides of any issue. No, where I'm able to look at it, and maybe that gives me an advantage because I don't automatically choose a side. I don't feel the necessity to pick a side. I don't have to be right. I'd rather like just know what is true or examine for truth. Look at evidence. I don't need to be right. It is kind of funny seeing all these clips of Joe Biden just fucking hitting the dirt, man. Like, how many times has the dude fallen in his like political career? He's just like constantly hitting the dust. What's going on, Joe? God, could you imagine if he gets reelected? Even Trump, they're ancient. Who knows? Maybe they're not. Maybe it's Jim Carrey. I wonder who's playing Trump then. Who'd play the part of Trump? Interesting.
Did you ever see this clip where it looks like Biden's wearing a mask?
Now this one's fascinating. The Biden wearing a mask. So, okay, let's just say it's not Jim Carrey. Let's say somebody is playing the role of Biden. That's something I could buy a bit more. Well, now that I talk about it, if you're like, I don't know, around some weird like Illuminati like control table, and you're all sitting around like after your Bilderberg meeting or whatever the fuck they do, and you're like, okay, somebody's got to play Jim Carrey, Joe Biden. Who's it going to be? It's not crazy to like pull Jim Carrey for the role, but the way they show like the back of his neck, maybe he had a facelift, and I usually you don't see the ripples that far back, but it looks like he's fucking wearing a mask. Check it out.
Again, truth in plain sight. We all know that he did the movie The Mask. Could they have been trying to tell us something? I think so. Literally the first time I ever saw that clip.
Now this picture right here to me says something. Like they're two faces together. This is the one that got me and said, wow, now that kind of looks nuts.
Of Biden going up the stairs, I thought to myself, before I was even a truther, wow, he moves just like Jim Carrey going up there. And then I looked into it, and it just kept coming and coming and coming. You decide. What do you think?
Yeah, I'll let you guys decide. But again, you know, where do we draw the line on this? It really comes down to what's true and what's not. It's not really what we can conjecture, how far we can go. If anything, many of us have learned in this journey, I don't think many of us go far enough when it comes to these things. Hey, guess what? 8 years ago, I could have never in my wildest imagination believed that the earth is flat. Now, that's what I accept based on evidence. So how could I say anything about this or anything else? I don't. That's why I don't shame people. Well, maybe the gematria. I'm a little tough on the numerology people. I'll admit that. For some reason, the numerology thing is it's hard for me. Not like I don't think there's anything to it. It's just there's only so many numbers. There's 0 through 9, and I think the numerology community goes too far. But maybe I should be easier on you guys. Maybe you all like me again. The numerology people don't like me around here. Ask Mr. Smith W. Yeah, like don't judge me says leave Peniel alone. I need to be nicer on the numerology people. I'll try, okay? I'm here showing a fucking video of, does Jim Carrey play Joe Biden? I probably should be a little nicer on Donut Factory and Enter the Stars and Smith W. I'm gonna try, everybody. I get it, I understand. I'm a flat earther, but to me, flat Earth's not crazy anymore. To me, it's demonstrable. To me, it's actually obvious. The crazy thing's the stupid globe, if you want to know the truth. That's actually absurd. But anyway, like I was saying, we probably don't go far enough when it comes to the strange, weird things about this reality. Who knows? Yeah, like Cleveland Steve says, it seems to get crazier every single day, and it seems to be speeding up. There's no doubt about that. That's why, like somebody said earlier, like nothing surprises me anymore, and I would agree with that. Tanya S says my show is better with Smith W. So how do I know that you're not Smith W, Tanya S? I don't know. Like, should I look up what Tanya S means in simple gematria? Does it mean Smith W? Like, I'm going to find it. No one has ever said my show's better with Smith W. So, I mean, hey, put a 1 in the chat if my show's better with Smith W. Who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I need to, like... Sovereignist just laughs. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Let me know. Just hit me with a 1 if my show's better with Smith W. And I'll reconsider, like, allowing him just to come on here and like scream at me, call me a blasphemer, and basically call me a shill over and over and over again. I mean, come on. I don't know. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of 2s, not seeing a lot of 1s there. So, oh man, that's funny. Talcott Express says 1. And again, Tanya S says 1, but you're probably Smith, so yeah. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I put the link in. Come on up. Lend your voice to today's Z show, everybody. Open panel has commenced, and I will play a brief musical interlude. Give anybody a chance to come up if they would like to. Yeah, musty lint covered copper penny snatch. One of my favorite names says 1. They won Smith W. I'm proud to say that I inspired the YouTube name Musty Lint Covered Copper Penny Snatch based on my narrative concerning my issues with, kind of going below the belt with these ladies in terms of the, the cuntilingus thing. So I'm going to take credit forever and always for coining the term that never ever was said previously. I could assure everyone in the history of the world that the term and the phrase, I should say, musty lint covered copper penny snatch, I could assure you that has never been uttered before or since I indeed coined that phrase. So yes, that is a mouthful, Sovereign. And we know that I do not engage in said mouthful. So sorry, ladies. But like I said, I'm not averse to, say a woman that I'm involved with having, let's say, some other guy, like on the side, like a fluffer, a prepper, who is perfectly fine engaging in that activity. You can have a warm-up guy. I'm okay with it. I'm not greedy at this point in my life. I'm not going to claim ownership over any person. I'm just not. If you need a warm-up guy, that's okay with me. We could work that out. Am I right with that? Right. Yeah, I can't imagine when people say like Z show's not safe for like all studio audience members, and that they kind of have to listen to my show with headphones in when they're around the family. I kind of get it now. Oh man. All right, like I said, come on up if you want to lend your voice to today's Z show. You never know. Sometimes like 12 people come up or more. Sometimes not. By the way, let's listen to some music. And there'll be more Z show in a few, everybody. Much love. Again, thanks for being here, as always. You find yourself in the well, like I said, the end of the rainbow, the bottom of the rabbit hole. Dave Weiss is deep inside the rabbit hole. We're even deeper. We're in the bottom. We hit bottom of the rabbit hole. Like I said, we've blue screened out on reality. When you've reached the end of the internet, when you've come to like the barren outer wastelands of the metaverse, you find yourself at the Z show. And it's a strange place. It's a weird place, maybe even a scary place. Sometimes goofy place. And it's almost.
Are you sick of having issues with your webinars?
It's almost like it's almost a Twilight Zone like environment. All right, more Z show in a few. Don't go anywhere, anybody.
There is a fifth dimension. Beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow. Between science and superstition. And it lies between the tip of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Where is this place and when? The answer is, it doesn't make any difference. In this year or 100 years hence. On this planet or wherever there is human life. Lessons to be learned in the Twilight Zone.
someone had pulled out some kind of plug in me. Everything but emotion, fear, anger. And now
All of you have just entered the Twilight Zone.
4, 3, 2.
Yeah, coming at ya. All right, guys and dolls, let's set up our first guest. Or I should say guests, plural, to the Z show for tonight. Got a couple people back here. Man, let me just let you guys all up at once. Welcome, Mr. Morgan. Welcome, Mr. Dread, who actually has dreads. And let's welcome our good friend, Mr. Jesse Hal, who's coming up with the name Ross Jesse Don. Much love, gentlemen. Welcome to the show. Peace and blessings all around.
Good to see you, gentlemen. How's everybody tonight?
Good.
Check, check. Is my mic okay? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
you're good.
Yeah.
You are good
Everybody.
to go. Good, sir. Welcome,
So
welcome.
I'm in my smoking hut outside. I have a hut during the winter. Smoke. So that's what I'm sitting in case anybody's wondering what the fuck is behind me.
No. I'll join you in that.
Oh, it's so awesome, dude. I got a table whole set up here. It's fucking awesome. Got like the fucking little lights and shit on the table, and a heater and shit. It's perfect. It's perfect.
So you have a smoking hut. That's nice. Does it double as a grow hut in the spring and summertime, or is it just a smoking hut? Well, this is the first
winter. We just got it, so I suppose anything's possible in the spring.
Yeah.
Much love, everybody.
Yeah,
welcome. So let me go around and greet everybody. First of all, Morgan, much love. I'm going to adjust your microphone, Morgan. I'm going to give you a little bit more oomph.
Let me. Yeah, this is the one I'm using. Is it working?
Yeah, when you hold it closer, it's much better.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
loving it.
There.
I know it's going to impede with your joint rolling and smoking processes.
I set it right on top of my joint thing right there, and I'm like, that's going to impede my joint rolling.
That's all right. Don't spill your keef like I did one time. I had somebody come over, and they had a whole thing. They'd been saving keef up for like a year. It was like this big thing, and they put it on the table, and I knocked it over, and it went all over the floor. It was one of the biggest tragedies ever. But much love, everybody. Mr. Jesse Hull, good to see you. Good, sir. How are you?
Try and knock
I'm
it
doing
off,
really
baby.
good. I just heard you talking about with people that are playing Joe Biden and wouldn't they like ham it up, but the whole purpose of playing him is dumbing it down, making him look as stupid and retarded as possible, and I think that's if people are playing him, then that's why you're seeing what we're seeing.
Well, let me ask you, Jesse. It's kind of like what I was saying, man. It's like I've come to expect anything at this point, and I've learned throughout my journey that I've never gone far enough with my, let's say, whatever this place may be, and how crazy things can actually get. Like I said, I'm under the understanding that we lost somebody. We lost you, Dread. We lost you. I was under the understanding. What was that,
playing
Morgan?
His character, Joe Biden. I agree with him, and I think I'm agreeing with what you're saying here, that they are deliberately playing this character of Joe Biden, and it would make sense that once they had it down, they were like, okay, thank you very much, Joe. Okay, you can step down now. Jim, thank you very much, because we want the best. Jim, thank you. Get him up perfect. They also know he can handle the makeup for hours in the chair every day because of the movies that he's done before. They know he can handle the prosthetics. And then they let him go. I think I'm 20/80 that it is Jim Carrey. Like meaning 20%,
really
80% not. Yes.
Wow.
Yep.
See, what about you, Jesse? Do you think that something like that audacious, that mind-blowing could be possible? I mean, like I said, I would bet more than not that Michelle Obama is actually Michael Obama. Okay, and it seems
Well, that's
apparently
believable.
that is believable. So go ahead, Dredd. Go ahead. You think that because to me this Jim Carrey thing would be would be the craziest thing ever to me. But Jesse and Morgan don't seem like it's so crazy to them.
I felt like that analysis by that gentleman was felt like confirmation bias on a lot of the things that he was comparing and the comparisons. Like, I mean, how much different are like? I mean, some of them were just like, no, you know, men kind of resemble each other to a degree, right? Like, I don't think there was exact like, okay, if there's like a fucking weird mole that was in the exact same place, there's some unusual, you know, mark. It's something that like just saying that they kind of walked the same and kind of had the same posture, and then their faces fit if you line up the pictures right. Man, I just don't. That's not enough for me. I have not researched. This is the first time I've heard of this. So fill me in if there's more to the story, but I find it to be like the transpocalyptic fucking crowd, like everybody in Hollywood's a tranny, and that it falls into that kind of conspiratarded mind frame of Bruce Lee was a woman and all that. I don't buy that shit, man. I'm totally down with truth. Like, I'm a fucking flat earther for like 9 years now, and you know, I'm on page with everything generally with you guys, but that shit is, I feel like, you know, it's like we kind of you know, you're right, you know, Z, you said earlier, like, we don't go far enough sometimes, right? It's like, you're right, in certain subjects we don't go far enough, as in the nature of reality. I don't think we go far enough when it comes to certain deep aspects like that, or spirituality, right? We talk a lot about fucking what happens after death, but who talks about fucking where you were before you were born? Nobody talks about that kind of shit. So there's lots of like shit that's just not, like, I think that could be really covered and is more interesting and shit, right? That you know what I mean? Like,
right on. Well, here's my thing, Dredd. I think I would tend to agree with you based off of your understanding about, like you said, about the transpocalypse thing, and where I think we can take it a bridge too far. Where, okay, the Michelle Obama thing I get, but when I look at, like, say, Taylor Swift or that Gal Gadot who plays Wonder Woman, then I have to start saying, I don't know, guys, maybe. But maybe that's my cognition. Maybe I don't want to know that because it's just too much to handle. But before we get into that, Dredd, this is our first time meeting you,
yes.
I believe.
So do you understand? Do you know that I am the guy, Musicians for Truth, MFT, that's in your chat?
Oh, you're MFT? Okay,
yeah.
Right on, dude. Right on. No, I know MFT, but I didn't know you are MFT.
Cheers,
so you've
man.
been around this community. You've been around this community for a while, MFT. So you kind of seem like you're definitely ingrained in the community. I see you like in the chats of other content creators. You seem to.
I was on Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes.
Gotcha. Yeah, you seem to be a bona fide flat earther. I always say about flat earthers, we recognize each other immediately. Each other. It's a thing. Yeah, it's a thing.
Mm-hmm. I know that too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just something like people can't get by, and like some people will say, "Oh, I'm a flat earther," and I'm like,
"You can't fake it. You cannot fake that shit to me.
You can't fake it." So you said you've been a flat earther for 9 years, so let's get into it, man. So 9 years is pretty old school flat earthy. Mm-hmm. That's like, you know, not quite. That's pretty much the 2014 version when it just popped out. 2015.
Math Powerland.
Right. So a lot of people said Math actually came out in 2009 with his first flat earth video, which I don't know, that seems early to me, but I might be wrong on that. So I don't know. I need to tell my audience this. Some people know that already. My high school math teacher in 1995, my senior year, advanced calculus teacher. Math was was my best subject. So I was in advanced calculus in high school. He told us all the earth was flat in 1995.
Wow. Really?
Yep.
A teacher?
A math teacher. His name was Mr. Lin. He was my math teacher. And he was way into chaos theory. That was his big thing. And it was his last year. He was retiring. He was an old guy. I don't know his history. I don't know if he was in the fucking military. I don't know if he was part of like the Flat Earth Society, like the Charles Johnson thing in the 80s, for whatever it was. But he said to the whole class in 1995, I'll never forget it, The earth is flat. It's obviously flat. Physics say it's flat. The math says it's flat. We fucking laughed at him like he was a crazy, goofy old man. But I always remembered it in my head.
Yeah.
And now I'm to a point where part of me wants to go and like do a documentary called Finding Mr. Lin, where I like, because he's dead. He has to be dead. He was an old fuck back then. Where I go and I
but
find
you could,
this
like
family.
talk to his son or something, or his daughter or some shit like that. Yeah.
Exactly.
See what he told them. See if he passed on that information to them.
Right. And to see, like, are they aware of this huge flat earth movement and community now? If not, what do they think about it? How would they respond to me being like, yeah, like I'm, involved in it. It's a real thing. It seems to be demonstrably real. And then to see their reactions, were they like, yeah, we know, or like, would they think different of crazy old grandpa who thought the fucking earth was flat? And now they got this goofy guy named Synthetic Warrior coming and being like, no, it's fucking flat. And I want to know about Mr. Lin. So anyway, that was the first I ever heard it in 95. But here's what I tell people, and anybody who's new due to the subject, because I realized on my channel, a number of my listeners, less than 50%, are not flat earthers. And I always like to tell people this. This isn't an internet thing. This didn't arise in 2015 on the internet. The flat earth understanding came about and arose as soon as they started talking about a fucking globe and pushing it in popular education and academia in the mid 1800s with prominent flat earthers like Samuel Rowbotham and Mr. Carpenter and many others. You can look up where I got my name, Zetetic Warrior. There's a book called The Zetetic Astronomy and Zetetic Cosmology by Samuel Rowbotham. He went by the name Parallax, the nom de plume of Parallax, and you could find that the flat earth understanding has been around ever since they started pushing the globe. So I always like to tell people that.
So that being said, it's also like oh fuck, what was I gonna say? Sorry.
Well, about how it's been
when
around.
We're talking about it, when we're talking about it, we usually talk about like the modern movement, and I guess what would you agree? Like, for some reason, I kind of, it's weird. Like, I feel like everything started to kick off around that 2012 bullshit around the end of the fucking
Mayan
Aztec calendar and Mayan calendar, and I feel like it seems like I agree with you, Z, but I also feel like it's odd that Mandela effect, whether you agree or disagree with whatever the analysis of it is, and flat Earth and kind of a deeper understanding of how we're being controlled, all kind of popped up around the same few years, and it's just been growing since then. To me is so I ask myself all the time, like,
so what is
was it a controlled rollout of information, or was it a natural grassroots thing, right? I don't know.
So let's get into it. So Jesse, as far as my understanding is based off things that you've said, Jesse, you seem to be of an understanding that this realm seems to be level and horizontal. I certainly don't want to speak for you, but Mr. Jesse Howell, I don't think this is a new concept for you. So what do you think, Jesse? Do you think this understanding was, like MFT is saying, like a rolled out, because a slow kind of rollout? Because I think of this, hey, they seem to use controlled opposition for most of their practices. Because, hey, if information needs to come out, or if it's time to come out, you better be sure they're going to take control of it and present their narrative. That's a potential. Jesse, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, apparently, for the longest time, everything was taught flat. And then, hundreds or years ago, everything was flat. And then they became round. And I know that they actually would like jail people in I think it was the 50s if they talked about either flat or round. It was flipped before the Roswell stuff. So I think after the Roswell, when they wanted everyone to believe in space and space race and, sending money for, all the, nonsense up there so they can siphon more money out of people. I think that's when they're also reversed in, in teachings, and they would put people in jail for that. Like, I have no idea what the shape is. I listen to both sides. There's valid points on both sides. I just see everything as flat. I've never seen anything curved. I've never seen anything that leads me to that. Just what they teach you. You have to have faith that it spins around, you know. And I've been to the Caribbean a couple times in the last 5 months, and I asked the pilots on the way there and on the way back whether they thought things were flat. And there was 2 pilots the first time I asked, and they said that, yeah, things are flat. And then the second time on the way back, he said it was round. So we have round and flatties on the 2 pilots, like actually asking them, not just hearing videos. And the thing that I want to comment about, like, you know, with the Joe Biden thing, and we see pictures of the mask that looks different and stuff, but I've never seen that on video. Anybody can make up anything to look anything. Did anybody actually take videos and actually clip it themselves? Because there's a lot of that goes on just to paint a narrative that, you know, it's not him, because, you know, he, whatever the character is, they just want him to be as dumbed down as possible to make it look like the leader of the free world is crapping his pants, and that's who everybody is, you know, like that's actually the leader. I think it's a big joke. They just mock people, and, you know, to say, like, look at, like, the, you know, donkey in charge.
And then Kamala to come backing it up with the back of the ass to pin the tail on the donkey just perfectly. But you know what, though? The woman in making fun of Kamala comes on, and all of a sudden I'm like, I remember this from 20 years ago. Like, the woman comes on and goes, okay, here's how Kamala, you know, answered the question. And then she'll mock her so perfectly. It reminds me of all those clever people that were there when I was in school and stuff like that. Yeah, that would bring fate upon you. Like, if you said you could beat somebody up, all of a sudden, how come 2 seconds later that person's coming around the corner and it's actually happening now? And why did I open my big mouth? You know what I mean? And it almost seems as if, well, because you want to be a child of God, Morgan, and you want to live in the truth. So aren't you glad that I did that? Yes, Lord, I am. Good. Because you learned when you're young what happens when you go around calling people on, saying you can, opening your mouth and saying you can do things that you actually wouldn't if the person was right there. And I learned that very young, to keep my mouth, you know what I mean, to understand, only open this thing and say things that you can back up. And
right.
Glad
for me, for me, everything comes down to, again, evidence. I always want to see where the evidence is. At least examine it. Put forth things. If people are to make claims, there should be evidence behind them, or else it's just really your opinion at that point. It doesn't make it true or false based on your claim. So you can say something without evidence that doesn't make it necessarily false, but to prove it, you have to provide some evidence, because it's only logical. Could you imagine, say, if we had a justice system or some idea of law where the person accused of, say, a crime had to then prove their innocence? That obviously doesn't make sense logically. So to me, this understanding runs through anything. Okay, let's talk about it. Let's make a claim, and let's look at the evidence. So MFT, you mentioned the Mandela effect.
Yes.
Let's get into that, because a lot of people will talk about the Mandela effect, but they'll say, where's the evidence? And it's hard to have evidence on something that, if we're saying reality's changing, where's the evidence? People can talk about residual or things. Maybe our minds are evidence. What's your take on this Mandela effect? Go ahead.
Yep. I do have residual evidences. It's hard to say. I believe that this reality is fluid. Take that for whatever you want. I believe that it moves in different directions, in a sense that the rules of physics maybe are not as set in stone as we perhaps thought, or the rules of time and space or matter. I feel like this place is not as objective as I once thought it was, due to the Mandela effect. And I find myself highly affected by some of them. So I don't know what to tell people. Okay, I'm crazy. Go ahead and call me crazy. I don't really care. But I mean, I specifically remember certain events, right? Take the Ed McMahon, the big yellow envelopes that came in the mail every month from I know it was Publishers Clearinghouse, and I remember it was like, you could be the winner of $1 million, and Ed McMahon's fucking cartoon face on it. Like, I remember it like it was yesterday. And I remember it coming like every month or two. And I remember, you know, like I grew up in Canada. So we got, like, people were mailed Publishers Clearinghouse things. And I don't know anybody in Canada that was mailed American Publishers the new claim that Ed McMahon worked for American Publishers Clearinghouse. That's what they say now. And it's supposed to be some kind of scapegoat answer for them. But it's like, well, why would they? I never saw American publishers in my life growing up. So that's just one small example. I don't know. I find it to be a clue to the nature of this reality, and that's the way I take Mandela effect. To me, it's like I chalk it up. I put it up there with like placebos, right? Things that kind of break the rules of this reality that shouldn't make sense, that don't make sense, right? You can't really quantify. Well, quantum physics, that is another thing. Like a lot of these things just don't add up to an objective reality. So I'm kind of in the camp of quantum of consciousness, to be honest with you. I'm kind of over there with him thinking this place is fucking fuck you. It's fake as fuck. And I'm just not buying it. I believe, you know, I don't want to get too deep, but I'm kind of more the higher self belief. Like I'm here having an experience and I'm going to just take all this shit back to my higher self and it's going to fucking grow or some shit from that. And that's kind of where I'm at with my belief system.
Right. I'm in a similar place. And it's funny you mentioned quantum of conscience. He's one of my longest people that I've subbed to.
I listen to every single video as soon as it comes out. I'm guilty. He's funny, the only person I'll do that for.
He's one of my only ones. Sometimes I'll go like a week or two without listening to him, and then like on a Sunday when I'm doing something, I'll listen to like five in a row, man. It's just something about him, Matt.
Yeah.
But I've been listening to him for like as long as he's been on. He had a Texas Shrugged was his original channel. He might have been like the first person to turn me on to the ME, which is so funny. But I agree with what you're saying about like it's a window into the underlying, let's say, I don't know, nature of this reality. Yeah, it shows that physical isn't physical as such. And let's face it, if we look at what the let's say the mystery schools or the ancient knowledge throughout the ages is telling us, it tells us that everything is spiritual and mental first, or things are ethereal or astral first.
Yeah.
That this world, this physical world, is not necessarily the primary reality. And again, we actually probably exist on a much higher scale, and we're just experiencing this physical reality as such, which I think is is interesting.
So can we bring up my new thing then, or not my new thing, but with the Bible. Okay, the word of God, right? And people are like, okay, is it true? Is it not? Does it have this or that, right? Every once in a while, and from what I read, Jesus says the truth, because when he handed out the Holy Spirit, they did not get enlightenment at that moment. Jesus said the truth is going to be handed down by angels for 1,000 years, which means every once in a while, he's just going to reveal a revelation, a different truth that would have been true to everybody the day before. But today we all wake up in the morning and, like the second return of Christ, like a rod of iron in each one of our minds, we can't get above a certain thought that wasn't there a moment ago, or a bit of conscience or something. And I think that's how it actually works. Like right now, maybe other people, like Jesus said to me, like, or just Morgan, I call myself the Son of Man. I'm like, yeah. He goes, okay, the spirit of mankind is God. Let us make man in our own image. Man is plural. Woman and man, mankind. God is mankind. He is the Son of Man. Jesus called himself the Son of Man.
Yes.
This whole thing is one thing, mankind. It's love, and the spirit. God is spirit. God is love. God is it. Jesus Christ, the last Adam, became an eternal, life-giving spirit outside of time and space. God. Mankind's
cool.
God. Yeah. God shares these things with me every once in a while, and it doesn't do anything but just fill me up with a bit more truth and let me know that he loves me. And also, I understand that I do read his word and I am seeking him, and I could read it more.
So,
yeah.
I'm curious if I could ask you a question. So I was, before Flat Earth, I was a staunch militant atheist. Like, that's what I kind of did. If I was ever online,
makes more sense in modern Christianity.
Wow.
It would be debating. It would be debating.
So you, when
religious...
you say you were militant, you were like actively involved in trying to like prove that there's no God.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Wow. What am I? Go ahead. Go ahead. I want to get into that a little bit more.
I can't even pinpoint to you what drove me to that. I was never like abused by a priest or had a fucking bad experience with religious people or anything. I feel like I was programmed, man. I was a fucking product of the environment. I was a fucking watching Neil deGrasse Tyson fucking on Cosmos every week. Like I was fucking programmed, man. And when I woke up to Flat Earth, man, I had to admit, like, absolutely, I believe that this place was created. I'm not on page with any of the major religions as far as like. So my question, my question to a lot of people would be, and even to Morgan, I'd like to ask you this because you're fairly well versed, it seems, is why would a creator or an omnipotent being, pardon my English, why would it have a gender? And I'm not hung up. I'm not like a woke, like hung up on gender or anything. I'm just like, what the fuck? Why?
He doesn't.
And why would it be a man necessarily? And I don't see. I see the creator in a much different way, I think, than most people. I kind of look at the creator as like this kind of like the way we would look at ants. And how ants would try and maybe see an airplane and try and describe the fucking airplane.
May I tell you how he sees you?
We're trying to describe God as like, and it's like not gonna fucking happen, I don't think. And I think that
I love how David does
it. I feel I just can't help it. There's still that militant atheist little in the back of my brain that goes off when people say they know God or they know who God is. Because I mean,
exactly. You can only give similes like David does in the Psalms. That's why I wanted to really reach out and give you one. When David said, this is God saying, oh, how many times Israel, right? Because if people say, Jesus, you didn't go through life, or you went through the cross and all that, but you didn't raise teenagers, or you didn't raise kids. The entire Old Testament is Jesus Christ raising the Israelites. Raising the Israelites.
Here's the thing, man.
Listen,
I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that this God is necessarily benevolent. I haven't been shown that since I've been here. Like I see a lot of fucked up shit, right? And so I think that the creator of this place is rather indifferent. And perhaps I would even take on a more deism approach to it and say that he's rather hands off and probably made this place and fucking left to whatever he does, she does, it does, create other fucking places, right? Not fucking ward over everything and watch all of our actions to make sure we're doing everything correctly and we can get into his
it's a lot of freedom he gave us.
I think it's I think it's free will, and I think that free will wouldn't be possible if there was this kind of overbearing, jealous, needy God that wanted our attention all the time and demanded we love him more than our own children and shit. It's just the whole thing leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I don't.
There's a rock so big that he can't move it, and it's called your choice because it's the soul that he gave each one of us, the immovable soul of God. That's why each one of us, including the entity Satan, in order to be a being or to have sentience, you have a soul, which means you have a choice that even God can't take away from you because he chooses not to. So the rock that is so big that even God can't move it is your choice. You can choose not to love him. You can choose not to whatever. That's so choice. When I was on, I did a lot of acid and I met God and he was like, your soul is your choice. You know, he's like, H is the heal, He is the truth.
That's
he
deep.
spelled this for me, and he taught me to spell like what each letter means individually, like in his alphabet. Like, you know, it's the English alphabet, but I mean, it was wild, and I could apply it in real life. But the thing that I loved the most was that your soul is your choice and is made up of your choice.
If you're this far along, Morgan, if you're this far along the journey, let me ask you, what's the meaning of life?
To be loved and to give love and to experience that for all eternity in newness of life.
Hold on. Okay. That's beautiful. That's a beautiful sentiment.
Thank you. We think so.
But I would offer a different
please
position.
I love your perspective.
What if your higher self perhaps wouldn't grow from such an experience of just pure love and kindness and doing right all the time? What if you actually really need some trials and tribulations and
luckily I'm doing time
shit to happen to you in your life, or you're going to go back empty-handed and your higher self is going to go, no, go back. You're going to have to go back.
We're in the good fight right now.
So Morgan, what I'm getting is I think that maybe it would be a healthier position for humanity to take if we kind of embraced all the emotions that we face as the spectrum that makes us up, right? That's what makes us up. Our emotions, our soul. It's kind of what drives our actions and motivation and will. So, you know,
I believe we're always being challenged. We are in a fight, and we are to fight the good fight in order to be our spiritual selves and not our ego-driven, fleshly selves. Oh, thank you, Lord God. See, I don't talk, but he did just go like this. And in the was the garden, Morgan. Tell him that Adam and Eve didn't know hunger before they bit into the fruit, which is why Adam was very quick to realize, because before that he did not know rape. He did not think of stealing. He could steal. So as soon as he bit into the fruit, he realized,
we know the story, Morgan. We know the story, man. Come on.
My sexual organs, because they show that I am sometimes not full. For when they were connected to God directly, who is love and spirit,
source,
you cannot fast when the bridegroom is with you. So you can't fast because you are full. They were connected to God. They were full of life. They were eternal, and they loved. They were naked. They would have made everything wonderful. Then they chose, and when Adam bit into the apple, time began.
Okay.
And they grew hunger.
So let me ask Jesse, do you mind if I ask you the same question? I know it's an odd question to ask, but fuck it, I just want to fire it off and see what people say. You know, what do you think the meaning of life is?
I like exactly what Morgan said, because the God spark, then God never left here. The God spark is in each and every single one of our hearts. And we are born, created in God's image to manifest, to create. Yeshua said, you can do everything I can do and more. And, you know, they've belittled people, made them think like they're worthless and they're nothing without following the rules. And I think it's just remembering who we are, the power that's within us, to love as much as possible, and to connect and to stop all the evil doings from happening here.
So how do I take a verse from the Bible such as render unto Caesar? I'll just leave it at that.
Oh, I don't. But I'm not in alignment with the whole book. There's so much evil in that book. You know, give the government, give to Caesar what's the Caesar's, and you know, there's a God sending bear to maul children and shit because they laughed at somebody. That stuff is they're portraying. That's the devil that they're trying to say is God. So that way people emulate the God that they believe in. So if they paint God as this maniac, you know, that wants sacrifices and all this, then it's gonna make it like it's okay for people to do that here, and they just emulate that the God that they believe in the Bible. But there's lots of beautiful truths in there. I just don't align with you know, that whole book.
I mean, like I would align with a lot of the like moral beliefs of the 10 Commandments. It's just, to me, the 10 Commandments reads like a fucking children's book or like a fucking Chinese instruction manual for how to put together a fucking alarm clock. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Like, it's just, I'm just not that level of being, right? I guess there's people who need that as a crutch out there. But for me, I don't need like a fucking list of fucking 10 bad things you really shouldn't do that are fucking obvious. And some of us are just innately fucking blessed with knowing what not to fucking do as to fucking prolong your life a bit longer. So I don't know. I just, I don't know. The whole thing comes off to me as just pretentious and fucking controlling, and I don't like anything about the Bible. There may be a few cute stories, I suppose, or beautiful sentiments or morals. I believe with some of the morals. I treat others the way you would want yourself treated, right? The golden rule, whatever. The golden rule is probably the most amazing rule any of us can follow. So, but it's easy. Like when you're selling a religion and you're selling a fucking ideology, you got to fucking code it. You got to sugarcoat it, man, or nobody's going to buy it. So you got to make it fucking sellable. You got to fucking mix the good and the bad, right?
Let me jump in real quick, MFT. Let me welcome to the panel Party Poet and Somewhere in Time. Much love, everybody. And I want to say this. When it comes to the Bible, I look at it like almost anything else.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Somewhere in Time. When I consume information, I basically use some degree of discernment. And I say, does it resonate with me or not? What can I take from it? And I use myself as a tuning fork. Because to me, whether it's the Bible or like a fortune cookie, it's information. What does it mean? How do I kind of interpret it? How can I understand it? And then, how can I then incorporate that in my consciousness or not? But I would agree that things like dogma, orthodoxy, and doctrine, when people start to incorporate these beliefs and then basically hold them as true, it can be a slippery slope to a lot of rough things, man, because a lot of people will then believe they have the moral authority or the high ground to then basically, wield that over people. So for me, I'm in a stage now where I just look at any information for what it is, whether it's the Bible or anything else, because I find a lot of value in the Bible. But I also know, how it's been co-opted over time. Why did they leave certain books out of it? Why did they mistranslate things seemingly on purpose?
I know a little bit. I know a little bit about your story. Like I know you were involved with the medical industry and how you got out of that and stuff. And
right.
But as far as religious goes, you don't have much of a religious background in your family and shit.
Well, I was raised Catholic. I mean, that was my
raised
upbringing.
Catholic. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I was like an altar boy and everything, like for years.
Oh wow, okay, that's like I was full on fucking wow.
Yeah, like I was there, like in the morning, like prepping the altar, and I would stand there, and I was a good kid. Like I would listen, like I'd listen to the priest and to the sermons and all that shit, and I didn't know what to make of it. You're a kid, you just. Like the saying goes, you accept the reality that's presented to you. So to me, it's like, okay, there's God up there and there's a guy and everything. Like I didn't know, but
all
it was
the adults are telling you that's how it is. That's how it is, right?
And that's how it is. But it always had a creepy vibe. It was creepy. I have to say, the priests were creepy. They were old, creepy priests. They had like the musty smell to them, and they were kind of touchy and handsy. Not so much with me, but maybe here or there, a hand on the shoulder that felt kind of uncomfortable. I don't, I'm not making allegations, but there was that creepy, weird vibe. It was very religious. But then, I grew up. I had experiences and I started to challenge those things. But the weird part about religion is it's very difficult to escape early programming, early conditioning. I always talk about this. The mind of a child, as we develop, there's a concept called neuroplasticity. That's just a fancy medical way to say you have a very strong ability to adapt, a high ability to adapt when you're young. When you reach a certain age, that becomes less, you're less capable of doing so, all right? that you lose that plasticity. That's why young children are able to learn languages very easily. You can teach a young kid English, Chinese, French, and Italian, and if you're diligent with it, he'll learn all those languages fluently, right? You try to do that to like a 40-year-old who just knows English, they're not going to do it. It's nearly impossible. So we have this ability. So this early programming, I think, has an indelible impact on every one of us. And these it's sort of stimulus response become pretty intractable. So then when you get older and you're presented with new information that contradicts your pre-indoctrinated belief system, it's very challenging to incorporate that because we always default to our beliefs. And it takes work. It takes practice to move beyond those things. So I see these religions. Some people just think they're like, oh, they're innocuous. Like, oh, so we wanted to raise our kid with some religion. So we just chose the one that was given to us. I just picked Catholicism or picked Judaism. Sometimes I think it's abusive in some ways to do that because you're limiting your child in so many ways. And you're missing a valuable opportunity to present them with the information of this world. And I think it's also kind of a brainwashing thing. And if I were a parent, and I'm not, I would probably be more open with the way I raise my child and present that there's these different religions, these different understandings. And then I would kind of let them like do their own thing. But that's just me.
It's sad that it's, like you said, it's hard that we can't move past our beliefs when all it would take is simply saying, I don't know. People can't do that. They just don't have the ego or ability to do that. Just, I don't know. You don't have to fill in your fucking blanks with a belief. How about just saying, I don't fucking know?
So I think what happens is a lot of people misunderstand facts for beliefs. So they'll hold something as fact, not understanding it's merely a belief. It's like we're saying like outer space. People hold it as fact that space exists and the earth orbits the sun, et cetera, not understanding that's merely a belief system. So if you don't understand it's a belief, how could you challenge it? So, and that's why I think people, put it like this, there's certain, like, say, tools that we have, like logic, the principles of logic, critical thought, reasoning, that we can use to get beyond our intrinsic biases, because I think people are emotional by nature. Okay. I think there's basically a survival aspect to our emotions. It connects us with people. The fact that we can love, the fact that we feel, this feeling of love, or that we feel fear, is a survival thing. So we're hardwired for emotions, but there's mechanisms to get beyond that. And I think people, if they implied these mechanisms, they'd be better off. Let's welcome Lindsay to the show. Hi, Lindsay. What do you have for us tonight? Lindsay, are you there? Sweet Lindsay. We can't hear you if you're speaking. We see somewhere in time. I see you.
You might be muted.
That's okay. Hold on, Lindsay. Hold on. So Lindsay's basically up here for like the visual. It's okay if she doesn't speak.
I'm
here. Oh, damn, she's speaking. Well, go ahead. You can speak. We're kind of more interested in just seeing what's going on with you, but go ahead, please speak.
Okay. Well, thank you for the warm welcome. There's so many things that I wanted to comment on. I like the idea that, like with Dredd, he wanted to question things, and I think skepticism is extremely healthy, and I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with questioning the Bible or history or the shape of the earth. And so that's really refreshing to me, especially since people assume it's blasphemous to question things, especially dealing with the Bible. And if you think about it, there's a King James version missing. The language itself is anachronistic. There's some people say that the scribes that transcribed the Bible, the words in the Bible, were illiterate. I mean, you can never get a straight story, right? Just like you can never get a straight story about the shape of the earth. So why not question? Why not take what you can use and cherry pick? And, if the commandments resonate with you, fine. Go by, take the commandments. If the story of Job resonates with you, borrow that. But just because it's in some old book, whose history is kind of dubious, if
Roman
at
history.
best.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of questionable, just like any textbook with about history. Period. I think we have every right to question it, and that if we want to, we can incorporate things we've learned and things we feel and things we know along the way, and kind of come up with our own personal theories or philosophies. And then secondly, I wanted to comment on Z's comment about feelings. Usually we don't get to talk about feelings either. So that's why I jumped up. I thought this was really interesting. Instead, we negate the importance of feelings. But not only are feelings and emotions a part of every decision we make, as well as logic, but they are elemental to life. They are, like you said, survival mechanisms. And then further, I want to say that I completely agree that, like music, feelings and emotions have a universality about them. Like, even if you haven't experienced the same things I have and vice versa, we know the basic feelings.
Yes.
Yep. Feelings are important. And I believe, like I said, the whole spectrum is important. I think it's important to embrace all those feelings when you're going through them. When you're angry, you need to go through that anger and process it. Too many people are taking drugs so that they're happy all the time and they're not processing those issues. So what we have is a whole bunch of people walking around with old problems instead of new problems. And this shit just accumulates, right? I like to be a person with new problems because I dealt with my old problems, right?
Yes.
That makes sense.
Took it, sit in them, and then when it got hard, you knew you were getting to it. And then you let it get harder until you dealt with everything that you needed to. Hopefully, maybe there's still some things there. I know there are in me, but I understand that when it got hard, I didn't flinch and back away. I went, thank you. This is the woman who taught me, said, when you feel it getting hard and you want to back off, that's when you need to take the pain and let the fire burn you, so that what's truly golden will be the only thing that's left inside of you, and truly the love that's there. And you can grow from that. Even if it's just a little bit of liver that's left, it can grow larger. But you want to get rid of all that other stuff, all that hate, all the lies you told yourself about other people that you made up yourself.
Well, all your problems are often based on the way that you dealt with your emotions or didn't deal with them.
Or didn't. Indeed. Indeed.
I'd say that.
Yeah. But to grow,
As
you
far
have
as
to
what
sit
Z-
in the dirt.
Yeah.
As far as what Z was saying about the beliefs things, I would say that, when you're saying, like, to have true discernment, you kind of need, we have different tools that we can use to discover. And as far as I'm concerned, like, for me, I'll take faith and belief and gladly trade them for truth and trust. Belief and faith for truth and trust. Get rid of the first two and embrace the second two. And I think the latter is a faster path to a more objective truth as far as what we're doing here. As far as a spiritual truth, maybe it's the other way. I don't know.
Well, I would agree with you, MFT, but the difficulty with truth is it seems to be elusive in this materialistic world that we find ourselves in.
You know the saying, Z. The truth is still putting on its pants when the lie's gone all the way around. You know the saying. You know the fucking saying.
Halfway around the world.
So I think it's that maybe it's the same thing as like sensationalism. People love sensationalism. That's why they dwell on bad news in on TV, right? And maybe I don't know. Does that make sense?
MFT, let me ask you something, because hold on. Rose 777 let me know that you make music and like truther music-y stuff. Is that true?
Yeah.
All right, because I'm pulling up your page here. So if I was to play something years later, what would you recommend that I play? Like,
I don't know. Do you want to play the Mandela effect one? People usually like that one.
Yeah, that's the one that has like the chick with the braces and say, I know which one that is. I've seen
well, you can play a different
it.
one if you can. There's also the funk one's kind of fun.
All right, well, here's what I'll do. I'm not gonna play it now, but would you mind if I put it in my arsenal and I could play it during
Sure.
my musical interludes? Is that something that you're
Of
okay
course,
with?
all my stuff is open, whatever it's called, community,
Cool.
whatever.
So what's your deal with
Source,
music,
I think.
MFT? Like what's your like
Well,
how did you
these
get
days,
into it? Like what's your specialty? Like I'm doing this for Lindsay, because Lindsay, would you date like a dready guy who's like a flat
I'm taken.
earther and like
I'm taken.
oh what a shame. What a
Oh,
shame.
I'm
And
in
I
an
know
awesome
Jesse.
relationship. I'm good.
Don't you know who that is, Z? That's Trent Reznor.
Oh, Trent. So I
Yeah.
bet you would date Trent Reznor, Lindsay. I bet you would get down with Trent
Wait,
Reznor.
why do you always talk about my dating
Trent
stuff?
Reznor.
It's
I
kind of
think
weird.
he's handsome. I used to
Kinda
think that
weird.
Hanson was more handsome than he actually was, but I didn't know why I did. But I used to think he was really handsome. Then I saw him later on. I was like, oh, I thought he was way more handsome than that. But
well,
I
he's
think it's
older
something
now.
about
He's older.
right.
But no, the ladies like Trent Reznor, 9 Inch Nails, everybody.
Yes.
He's also married to a beautiful Asian
Perfect
woman.
Drug. Perfect Drug is my favorite music video.
Yeah, no, I like I want to F you like an animal. With the hearts and stuff. That always creeped me out when I was young, but I loved it. Lindsay, you ask why I'm into your dating life. I don't know. Like, why am I into like anybody's dating life? Like, I know Jesse Howell has a lovely significant other named Angela. We just found
Absolutely
out that
inside and
MFT
out.
is taken. So why not like find out about you? I mean, come on.
Well,
What's the
we've already
problem?
established that we don't get along very well, and you don't take me seriously. How about
Well, I mean, come on. You just assumed a lot there. Come on, don't assume that about me. You don't
We
know
can
how
be
I think
friends.
about you.
We could be friends. What do you think about me?
I'm not looking for friends,
You know what's
Lindsay.
cool, Z?
You know
Is
that. I have enough
You know what's
friends.
cool, Z? My girlfriend's a flat earther.
Now, how did you pull that one off, MFT? Did you find a flat earther, or did you like turn her into flat earther?
I converted her.
All right, so that's tough. A few people have told me they've done that. When I brought it up with my wife, well, basically now she's living in the house and I'm not, and we're no longer together. But it's not, I guess it worked different in your case. But I'm okay with not dating a flat earther at this point, MFT, because I'm not really looking to date. I'm
Not
just
me,
kind of
man.
looking to
Not a
have
fucking chance.
interactions.
No, I wouldn't even consider dating a fucking normie or a
So what
Goldie.
did you do? Did you strap her down like in a chair, like in the movie Clockwork Orange, pry her eyes open and show her a bunch of
met her,
Dave
like,
Weiss videos? Like what happened?
How do people you normally meet? I'd met her on a like the typical like dating site, like a Plenty of Fish type thing. We met at a restaurant, had dinner. I talked and I opened up. By the second date, I was like telling her, "Okay, listen, you got to know I'm a flat earther, and this is why I believe
Good
this."
for you, dude. You came out early because, like, you're right. Those like cross relationships, I think, are difficult. Some people do them, but I think like that's one of the things, Lindsay. You think flat Earth is crazy. I know you do. You think it's so, Lindsay. There's
I
no
was
way.
just laughing at the way that
Anyways.
he was saying that, I've got to disclose something to you, as if he had some kind of giant STD or herpes or something. He's
No,
like,
it's
I'm a
worse.
flat, I'm a flat earther.
Look, you see this Austin Murphy? You see
It's
this
almost like that. Have you seen people's faces when you tell them sometimes?
Yeah, Lindsay, you don't understand what it's
worse.
like being
It's
flat earther.
worse.
Like, it's funny for you, Lindsay, to come on here and like talk with all these flat earthers and be hot. You don't understand
not?
what it's like being a flat earther. It's not like, oh, I'm a flat earther and everyone just like thinks you're normal. They think you're crazy, just like you think we're all crazy. Admit it. Just admit it, Lindsay. It's okay.
I'm totally good with
not
it
like
because
you.
I went out and I proved it to myself. I went out into the world and I fucking got the equipment I needed and I fucking proved it to myself. And once I understood the math, now I can just walk the fuck around and look at mountains and know, hey, that fucking mountain is this tall. I shouldn't be able to see that fucking much of it. It's really fucking simple shit. Like, it's really simple to fucking stand that the stars reset to the same fucking position every year. Every
Dude,
year. Every
is
year the
simple,
stars
bro.
come back again, right to the same position. What the
But
fuck does that tell people?
it's too
It
simple.
tells people we're fucking stationary. We're not moving through space. We're not moving around the sun. This shit is so fucking rudimentary, fucking basic school children shit that it actually pisses me off that people still want to argue and debate it. Because it's like, no, you're a fucking space monkey. You don't know your head from your fucking ass if you believe that this fucking Earth's atmosphere can exist next to a fucking vacuum and is not being sucked off. You're a
Hold on,
fucking
MF2.
moron.
Here's the thing.
Right?
That's the nature. MFT, hold on. That's the nature of the trick. That's the insidious nature. It's so simple to understand. It's almost too simple. People think, oh no, it couldn't be that simple, and there's no way they can lie about it. But I want to bring something up that somebody said in the chat. Stephen David said, imagine still being a conspiratard and not able to blend in with normies in 2024. I don't know what you mean by that, Stephen David. Like, it's...
Oh, I can blend in with them. It's pretty fucking easy to blend in with normies, Z,
just
right?
be a moron, exactly.
Go just talk about fucking retarded, stupid shit. I'll talk about fucking... Who's that singer you brought up earlier? The fucking stupid bitch. I'm so sick of hearing her name.
Which one? Taylor Swift?
Taylor Swift. I'll just talk about Taylor Swift or what beer I'm drinking Saturday night or who I'm having sex with fucking Saturday night. Like that, they talk about nothing. I hang out with those people for more than 20 minutes and I start to lose it because they talk about stupid, normie, dumb shit. They have nothing
Hold on,
to
somebody's
offer
playing
anything
music in the
of growth.
background. Why am I hearing an echo in the background? What's going on? Is that you, Morgan? Is that you, Party Poet?
Nope.
Is it because we're not talking to you? Am I gonna have to go around and mute everybody individually? Hold on. Let me deal with this. All right, somebody did with it. Hold on a second.
Quickly, I want to fill you in.
All right,
Z?
go ahead. Yeah.
I'm not a musician anymore. I'm a painter. So I used to be in a metal band. I used to be in a metal band in Vancouver, and we were like toured for like 8-9 years. We toured around, and like I shared a jam room with Nickelback for like 2 or 3 years. And,
Interesting.
and
They're not bad.
So,
Nickelback's not bad.
I used to, dude, I got funny ass stories. So I was good friends with the band, but I used to pick on Chad all the time, and it was hilarious, bro. I used to call him Chaps because he'd fucking wear like biker chaps everywhere, even when he wasn't riding a bike. Like he'd come in his like he'd be driving to the jam room and he'd be in like his
Jim Morrison
or some
thing.
shit, and he'd come in, he'd have his chaps. I'd be like, "Hey, Chaps, how's it going?" And yeah, we used to do kind of funny shit to him, and his band knew we were doing it. They never said anything. They were funny. So, anyways, that was all good. But so I made this channel when I woke up, that music channel. And at that point, I was going through like raising twin boys. And at that point, they were about 13, 14, 15, somewhere around there. And I was like, I want to talk about flat Earth. I don't know I'll write music because that's one of the things I've got, a skill set I have. I'll just use it, right? So I just started making music and getting to know the community. But over the last few years, I've gotten away from music, and I've really gotten into painting. And so I've really kind of dedicated. I could kind of, if you want to see one or two things, I can show you. They're all over the fucking place.
Go ahead. Lindsay wants to see it, especially. She's getting turned
I'll
on
just
by
show
your
you
rock star lifestyle. Come
I
on,
want
Lindsay.
to add
hit it.
something about music and
So
flat
I'll
Earth.
just try and. I don't know if there's enough light in here. Can you see this shit? Can you see
we
that?
can see it. Yeah, we can see it.
There's really bad feedback when you're not on mute.
Oh, let me.
Is that coming from? Who's that coming from, Jesse?
Time.
It's somewhere in time. Yeah. It's
I just
you
wanted
somewhere
to say,
in time.
I just want to say thanks for having me up, and I got to get rolling. But I wanted to say to Dread about what he was talking about the Publishers Clearinghouse, because I'm in Canada and we subscribe to Publishers Clearinghouse. I remember the checks, being delivered, these big deals. And one thing I don't think, maybe it might not be a Mandela effect, is for the fact that maybe they just didn't give any of the money away like they said they did. It was all an act, so there's no actual trails to them giving the money away, so they have to say they never did it because they couldn't prove who they actually gave the money to. So I'm not saying Mandela effect's not real. There's a lot of other things that are weird, but just that one is explainable.
Sorry, I forgot to mute myself.
Yep.
All right, Jesse, much love, dude. Come back and talk to us soon, Jesse.
Better. Nice seeing you, Jex.
Did I end up getting muted?
No.
No, you're good, party poet.
Yeah.
Although I probably should mute you because you're
Oh,
probably gonna
okay.
fucking railroad this whole thing.
No, actually, I had a few points to bring up about what you guys have said so far. One thing between Biden and Kerry, they probably had the same MK Ultra programming, and that's why they probably act the same. And as far as God goes, if you remember, when the devil left heaven, for whatever reason, under whatever condition, they made a deal that basically fair disclosure shall be provided. And if you think about it, when Satan went up to heaven, went up to hell and started up his own kingdom, he proclaimed himself the one true God of hell. So the only God story is Satan, because you came from a creator or several creators, I imagine, because I don't know how this life was created. But Satan is a god, and your creators are not a god. So when we live in the realm that Satan has control, for some reason the conversation always ends up getting steered back towards talking about God and not your creators, because the folks that run this world don't want you to end up in heaven to begin with. That's their goal, and that's the meaning of life. As far as I think, the meaning of life is to get to heaven. And heaven, if you look at every first page of every holy scripture that we call holy, it says that the earth is flat and heaven's down. The rest of the big, thick book that everybody points to is nothing but a made-up story, because when Satanists came to this corner of the world that we all currently live in, they had a goal, which is written on the Georgia Guidestones, that apparently they were looking forward to putting up. You know what's really hilarious? Can you imagine me coming into your neighborhood and putting up a big sign saying, I want to kill 95% of you? And you guys are going to applaud me going, wow, thank you very much. Because for some reason, nobody even knows about the Georgia Guidestones. But I think that was their goal when they came here, and they're exposing little bits and hints through movies and music, I guess. But if
One fact, excuse me, on the Georgia Guidestones, they literally took them out the day before Roe v. versus Ray, I believe, turned over and went back to the states. So they were taken out. There was no investigation done for a bombing or a rocket to go off on U.S. soil, and then bulldozers just to roll in the next day, and some construction company just picks it up, and there's no investigation, and people to go out. Something's being done. They were taken out either to A, strike off, we're ready to go and let's not look into it, or B, there's other people that are fighting against what has just been pushed for the last 4 years, and YZ is holding this channel right now and refused to comply, just like I will never.
I got to visit the Guidestones 3 months before they blew up, and they blew up. It was like 4 a.m. or something, but it was 7/7/20. Wasn't it 21? Was it 21 or 22?
Well, they had to get rid of the Guidestones because everybody's pointing. I think they had to get rid of the Guidestones because everybody's pointing at the little hole in the Guidestone saying, look, the fucking planet is not moving. What is it? The pole star isn't moving at all. So they just picked a date going, okay, we're going to wipe it out on the most cool date you can figure out for satanic worship. But it had to go because,
7/7.
The pole star isn't moving.
Isn't 7 a number of divinity? Like if I was going to blow it up,
I believe it was George Bush Jr.'s birthday. They took it down.
Well, it was 7/7. 7/6 or 7/7. It was July 6th or July 7th. But it was built. It was built. It was erected. It was consecrated on 3/22/80. So to this, would have just been the 44th birthday of it. But
It only made it to 42 years.
No, I think that Satan is the seventh angel, and that's why Satanists love the number 7.
They do. That's news to me. Because 7 is a number of creation.
On the one-armed bandit, the law of 1777.
Of course, it's the number of creation because Satanists want you to love Satan. So clearly,
Under
he will be the
Bush
creator.
and that, there was a time capsule, and also at the Denver airport, there's a time capsule underneath the plaque, which is the Freemason, secret society symbol on it, and some dedication to, I think with the Georgia Guidestones, I'm not sure, but dedicated under the bushes.
I want to know what was in the time capsule at the Guidestones, and I remember looking it up, and they said, "Oh, it was nothing. It was a tourist publicity stunt." But I was there. I was trying to calculate. I don't know. I was trying to do math. I never got to finish that research, but I was there 3 months before it blew up. I'm glad I got to see it. And I don't think it was all the demonic things that people think it was. It was built by a Rosicrucian. Dr. R.C. Christian is his moniker. But if you look into it, it was a doctor in Iowa. His name escapes me right now. But a doctor in Iowa commissioned the Elbert County Granite Company to quarry and etch these monuments to be placed there. And it became a tourist destination. And if you've ever been through Elberton County, Georgia, not much there. So they needed all the tourist dollars they can get.
But I'm going to push back on the not being demonic,
Yeah,
taking
I'm
out
gonna have to push back on that
95%
too.
of population. Like, that's God's creation, and you're going to bring it down because it's going to work with harmony of the earth. Like, there's so much land that we can expand. They want us in these concrete jungles. It's ridiculous. So they can put their,
To me, it was one Rosicrucian in his opinions.
How do you
I don't think it was really tied into the other things like we think it was. If you really look into it, like it's a Rosicrucian. A Rosicrucian built those, and I think it was more his opinion. He was a botanist. I'd have to look up his name.
Figured out that Rosicrucian is R.C. That's
R.C.
why
Christian.
they picked Rosicrucian.
Oh, he was a doctor. He was a doctor in Iowa, and he was friends with a geneticist, so they would think there was racist
I
connotations
highly
to it.
doubt that a doctor in Iowa had billions of dollars.
Billions.
I highly doubt a
Yeah.
doctor in
Well,
Iowa had billions of
apparently-
dollars to put the
Apparently,
Georgia
Ted Turner
not
was
billions.
associated with it too. If you know anything about CNN, it's located in Georgia. There was some weird thing with Ted Turner, who is a billionaire. But if he's a
Yeah.
Rosicrucian, I mean, come
Yeah,
on, they're
that
plugged
makes more
into
sense.
everything. Yeah, it's
I think
it's a
the
lot to it.
Rosicrucians have their own agenda, just like I think the Masons have their own agenda, and the Illuminati, and maybe they work together
Absolutely.
when it's beneficial for them, but I don't think
all
it's
heads
all
of the
one
Hydra,
group.
right?
Yeah, exactly. Maybe not necessarily one
I
head.
think that basically started with
No,
one
all
group
different
and then
heads.
broke off.
Cut one
Like
off, it
every
grows back.
religion does.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Every single
crossover with
religion
these.
branches off.
Yeah, there's a lot of crossover with this stuff. And
No,
as far as
every
party
single
poet, as far as
religion,
you,
first of all,
what are you gonna say? Go ahead.
I was
ahead,
going to
party
say that
poet.
every single religion eventually branches off because that's how things evolve naturally. But it started out from worshiping Satan, and in the end, all of the religions that wind up branching off from Satanism end up worshiping Satan. That's all they really give a shit about. Is that
Well, here's the
you
thing.
know,
Here's the
you
thing.
follow the-
Hold on, party poet. Hold on. Let me just jump in.
I worship the divine feminine. That's it.
Well, here's
Yes.
the thing. Here's the
Amen.
thing. Here's the thing, party poet, is that Satan, using Satan as a certain term, exactly. Now, a lot of what you say, strangely enough, I agree with. Who is this God of the Old Testament? Who is this figure that's presented as the creator being in the three major religions of Judaism, Christian, and Islam? I get it, but then it goes down to who is Satan? There's certain connotation associated with it. But I agree with you say that we start talking about gods. Are we talking about these fallen ones, these beings that kind of came here into this realm and interacted with us in a very particular way? And why should we necessarily associate one of them or many of them with the creator of spirit, the creator of all? That might be the biggest trick that there is. And I agree with a lot of people in chat say a lot of this is kind of Gnosticism, Rosicrucian, Hermetic, stuff like this. This is all old old stuff. But you know, I'm just me personally.
God,
I don't throw the entire Bible out as nonsense because of this certain understanding of who this God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob may be. To me, that would
Yes.
be too much of an overreaction. And just to say that it's okay, well, it's basically nonsense and it's all satanic. But I can understand with a lot of what you're saying, and I don't think you're wrong necessarily.
the easiest way to find out if what you're reading was written by a Satanist or not is the word creator. That's like the cross to a vampire. As far as Satanists go, they cannot use that word in anything they fucking write. And that's why in the entire Bible you don't have the word creator used at all.
That's a fair point. All right, listen, hold on. We can go on forever, but I do want to wind it down and get to the news because I've been doing exceedingly long shows and I'm trying to stop it. And I realize we're here each and every weekday night, and you guys are always welcome to come up every night. So what I want to do is I want to address certain people right now because it was a big panel tonight, and I want everybody to be able to get their thoughts in. Let me go to you first, Morgan, since you did have a chance to speak earlier. Morgan, do you have any closing thoughts for the audience?
Yes, I do. I really love what that way is saying. That's what I want to start. I love it. Yes, I do. I really love what that way is saying. Of all things that are legal are fraud. Exactly. And like fraud creates legal and all that. You know it. So it doesn't mean that I can't judge anyone. Somebody goes, hey, I'm a Mason. It's like, yeah. You know what I mean? It's like, and so it's like, does that mean that I love Satan or this and that? I can't judge you. I'm not God alone, which is perfect, because that would be truth and love. And so, but I can't judge you. You know what I mean? I also don't have to, because the truth judges all. And
Nice,
I believe
Morgan.
the truth, the spirit, and I believe that spirit created mankind in order to have that what God enjoys, you might enjoy as well. From the simple logic of when I got high when I was a kid, the first thing I wanted to do is call my best friend and say, hey, guess what I just experienced and felt? In the same way, outside of time and space, God would.
All right, Morgan, much love, homie. I like Morgan's understanding of things. Morgan is one of the more open-minded people that I've ever come across. And I like how Morgan, he'll rep the Bible, and if somebody comes up and disagrees, he just goes along with the conversation. He doesn't take it personally, and that's one of the things I like about him. And I think some people could learn from that in life in general, is that we can all have different understandings, different things that we accept, but it doesn't necessarily mean because it just creates more and more division. There's so much division around us, and I want to stop the division. Let me go to you somewhere in time. It's good to see you again. It's hard to get a word in with a lot of us up here. Some of us have very boisterous personalities,
Okay.
But how are you, and what do you
I'm
have
well.
for us? Give us something.
I'm well.
And
I'm just coming up to say, hey, it's the first time in like a year since the last time I came on your show. So
it's
you're
been
doing great.
It doesn't seem like it's been a year, but it has been a while. And I did like your stories every time you came up. But I'm glad to see you're doing
You had
well.
some grandiose ones that you built, but they're not exactly that path. But I so enjoyed it.
Like
It was
you
a good
being
time.
part of a Scientology cult and basically.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, were you not? Like, didn't you say your mom, like, kind of like was
It was
involved
the
in.
whole 60s depression era, and people were trying different things. And I believe that the person that's the seed dad she was involved with at the time went off with to California to get some type of psychological thing, because my dad said I had to drive her. And the way he said it was like a distance. And he says after she stayed like 8 hours, which is how long they would keep you for like your first time going into a Scientology, I would imagine, and they run you through a rigmarole and test you and whatever, and then you're told not to tell anybody anything that happened. So he said when she came out, she never spoke about it again, and she was fine, but she always had to go back, and I had to drive her, and she died in California. So that's all I was getting at.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah.
All right, somewhere in
Yeah.
time. Much love. Come talk to us again.
Talk to you
It's
later,
good to
guys.
see
Love you.
Nice seeing you.
We always like the ladies here. Thunder Chicken especially likes the ladies. Everybody, how are you doing in that department, Thunder Chicken? The last I heard from you, there was a lady in your life, and I don't want to make this like a whole fucking bit. I'm not going to play your fucking music, not tonight. You had a lady in your life. I mean, you don't have to divulge everything. Where are you in that? Or are you like, we have the lovely Lindsay. She's still here. And maybe we can get MFT to turn Lindsay into a flat earther, and then we'll have a lovely lady for Mr. Thunder Chicken. What do you think? I don't know.
Maybe I could turn her into a flat earther with enough time to conversate, you know? Well, I'm not with Christy anymore. I'm seeing another woman locally. I just got back from a date tonight. First date with a new woman.
No shit. Hold on. So you're dating. Okay, so here's the thing about dating.
I'm new to it. Yeah.
Well, so you're a little bit younger than me, I think. But at my age, dating is like a weird prospect.
Imagine.
You know, but so you went like a date, like an actual date where like you didn't know each other. You went to a public place. You sat down. You know, I assumed you paid for maybe the drinks or the food or whatever the fuck happened.
I'm a gentleman.
Well, you should. Look, I'm one of these guys where the
Open
guy
car
should
doors.
take the role. I mean, I'm not opening car doors and stuff, but ideally, yes. Ideally,
I do. What's wrong with that?
Yeah. Where the fuck? Chivalry's only dead if you let it die.
Totally down with chivalry, man. I do all that.
Chivalry's dead and women killed it. All right, that's the Z philosophy.
No, I'm not letting it die. I refuse.
Wait,
I
MFT, so
refuse.
MFT, you're still opening doors for your longtime
That's-
lady friend?
And that's why they remember me, Z.
I won't only open the door for her. I'll open the door for her daughter. I'll go around, open the passenger door for them, and then walk around to my door. Yeah, fuck yeah. I'm not like retarded. I'm not going to throw my fucking jacket in a mud puddle for them or anything. But
So, all right, let's get down to Thunder Chicken. So, how the date? So, I don't know who Christy is. So, I guess that was the lady you were with.
That was the one you were referencing. Yeah, like
right,
that was a friend from college, and she'd gotten out of prison, and we decided to give it a go, but it's just incompatible. We'd grown and become different people.
You know what? I've actually experienced that, man, where I've kind of circled around with some people from my past, and it was kind of the same thing, man. In my head, you know, I don't want to get specific, but you know, in my head, I thought we would just pick up, and she was the same person, and I wasn't being fair because I was looking at her as if she was the girl from high school, and she wasn't anymore. So I get that, man. Okay, so it didn't work out. So now you're dating. What's a Thunder Chicken? Because come on, Thunder Chicken, let's face it, dude. Like, you're a guy who, like, you know, you're on like an organic farm. You know, you make like organic manure tea and stuff, and like compost. So like, what's a date look like? Because like me in my life, like for me to go to like, I don't know, a bar or some fucking place to sit down, I would be out of place at this point in my life. It's probably why I don't date. Go ahead. I don't want to make this about me.
Well, I'm in a very unique town. It's a very niche. You know, we went to a place called Tally Ho. It's been around since 1939, so I like the classic design of it. And I had fried walleye fish, mashed potatoes and broccoli, and she had cod with baked potato.
All right, hold on a second. So you ate food in the first date. So I would disagree that that's the move, but I'm not you. To me, the food.
What's the move? Like planning a move is where you fuck up. Like I just kind of go with the flow. Like it's a small town. There's not many options.
You're twisting my words.
Don't tell me.
Don't tell me. Like we go out for karaoke and bowling. We shoot pool. It's Tuesday night
because it's too much of an investment. All right, here's my point, MFT.
Investment.
Okay, no.
Is it too much an invest? I don't mean money. It's just you don't know this person. So you're now all of a sudden you're already down for the meal and the pool and the bowling. Your first date to me needs to be something that could be basically light and something that you could separate from quickly if you need be. Maybe a drink, maybe a coffee. And if you're not vibing, you cut it off after 15, 20 minutes. You move on. There's no feelings. Once you sit down for the meal, you're in for the meal. It's too much. But go ahead. Go ahead.
If that's too much commitment for you, Z, you shouldn't be dating.
I don't date. I don't have much going in that thing. Let's see what Rose says. Rose says you should start with meeting to smoke a bowl in the car and then have a plan in case you want to hang out.
Smoke a
Okay, so
bowl.
Rose agrees with me.
That's the
Rose
first
agrees
date.
with me. Well, Rose is more
Rose.
MGTOW than
You're awesome,
Z
Rose.
is.
She is.
I'm basically MGTOW, quote unquote. Rose is fucking more MGTOW than me. So I would say, okay, Rose, I would take it more than a bowl. Maybe like you have a drink and could smoke a bowl or take a walk in the park. But Thunder Chicken went all in.
I didn't even really want to go on this date. We met the other day at karaoke. She sang Black Velvet, and Alice in Chains, Snuff the Rooster. And I liked her vibe. And so, I asked her, like, hey, you want to go to dinner? And so, like, she's going to come back out Thursday. I'm going to show her the farm, and then we're going to smoke a bowl. I think we're going to, she doesn't like to smoke. She's probably, a dead end there anyways. But, like, I'm just more down for the experience,
All right.
I'm just having experiences and gaining experience, I waited until my 30s to start dating.
Yeah, listen, don't let me discourage you, dude. You don't want to be like me. I'm a fucking misanthrope. I believe it, MFT. I believe it, dude.
Women.
Because I love women.
Me too, but I've never started dating until recently. Like,
hold on.
It was different in my 20s.
Here's the thing, Thunder Chicken. It sounds like she already committed to come and hang out, and this might go somewhere, and good for you. Like I said, you're probably better off listening to Rose over me when it comes to this.
That's a good question. But see, I'm not even really wanting to date because I kind of got my eye on this one woman that I'm, we went out a few times before I went to jail, and like we spoke like twice a week while I was in there, and we just went out, not this past weekend, but the weekend before, and we went out. She spent the night. And then we went out again. So we went out Friday and Saturday night. And she's a wonderful mother of two. And like, I'm really courting this woman to be with her. This woman tonight was just, I don't know. I don't even know why I did it. She gave me a look, and I just winging it, But I really kind of got my eyes set on a different woman.
You got to play the odds, brother. You have to play the odds. When you're
I don't like that outlook. If you got one, in your sight, shouldn't you focus on the one that you're really into?
No, because they don't want that. Look, they're attracted to a man who has options. Like, okay, let's look at MFT. He's a dready guy in a band. Let's just use him for example. I don't want to speak for you, MFT, but
formerly in a band.
Formerly, but the reality is, they're just naturally attracted to a man who has female attention. It's just a thing. It's hardwired. So I'm not telling you what to do, but what I'm saying is when you make a comment like, shouldn't you just kind of put your eye on one lady and go for it? That's just not necessarily true.
When you find her, then you put your eyes on that lady.
This one, Rose, I've sent Rose a picture, so she knows what I'm talking about. Like, this woman is like, I need to pursue this woman. Like,
wait, hold on. I got to get into this. Why am I laughing? It's funny because I don't even have the urge to rip on you right now because I can see how you'd have something going. All right, here's the thing. Something about Rose. When I met Rose, within like minutes, I was sending her pictures of like my girlfriends and ex-girlfriends. So something about
she's
Rose,
like a sister, right? Like she's just like this naturally, just like a sister. Just like, hey, can I pick your brain? Give me a feminine perspective on this.
My girlfriend knows who Rose is. We've listened to you lots, Rose, and she really knows Karen pretty good and listened to her lots. And
Angelina Joy is right there. I'm trying to find a wife. Like, that's my goal. It's my intention.
And here's what I'll say, man. Look, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I would just
blew
say
it with Brielle, so I'm just try. I'm going to learn from that and move on.
Are we going to go there?
No, we're not going there.
Did I blow it? Did I blow it for you?
No, I blew it. I own that. I blew it.
Right,
I blew that.
Right, you're owning it because you should have never said anything. You didn't.
I didn't say anything, you asshole.
Come on, man. You didn't blow anything. She wasn't the girl for you. Who knows?
Too bad the flat earther dating site is like Patricia Steer and 500 guys.
Well, here's the thing. Rose wants to do a flat earth dating site, but it's exactly what it'll be. We need more women in there.
Hello.
Rose.
I came up here half because I wanted to tell you guys that the girl that Thunder Chicken has been seeing is hot, and he should try to make it work with her, but not because she's hot. And that's why I think you should be openly dating, and you're new to dating, so you need to go around and see what women are like and see lots of them and find out what you like. And the hot, beautiful woman that you showed me, she might turn out just not to be the one for you, and there might be a girl that it doesn't meet beauty standards, but you might just fall head over heels in love with her because she's different and unique, and you both like smoking weed and doing all the same things. And then also I came up here because MFT, I'm so excited to talk to you and see you, and just it's amazing after all these years, because I always love everything that you say. You have a critical mind. You're not afraid to speak your mind. It doesn't matter if most of the people in the chat disagree with you. You will put it on the record. And oftentimes I'll say something and then you'll say something that will help me to see things from a better view. And I'm just so happy to see you tonight. So I'm glad you came up.
Thank you, Rose. And I have to thank you for oh Jesus, hundreds and hundreds of hours of streaming like Crow's information and helping Jason with his part and everything. And I know you're a crucial part of that team, and believe me when I say like I love Crow and Jason and you guys. Like you're at the top of my list for people that I respect in the truth community, for sure.
Thank you so much. That means so much.
And I'm glad that you respect that I speak my mind, and that we have differing opinions, and that doesn't matter. We can still be besties. Right?
God damn it, Z.
For sure.
I changed my mind. I have to play the music.
We can still be good friends. So it's like, yeah, I like that, and I respect people when they fucking shoot straight and just let her rip, man, and tell me your real feelings, because fuck some, what if that one person that's quiet is the one person who has the proper perspective on things, right? Maybe they should speak up. Speak your mind. I like it when people speak their mind.
So, first of all, Rose isn't just like a part of Crow 777. Rose probably is the Rose. I feel bad when I say this about you because I know Crow's legit, but in my mind, like Rose is the brains behind pretty much everything.
Well, since fucking Crow said, you know what, fuck YouTube. YouTube is a pain in my ass. Fuck YouTube. Rose has taken over, and she did a good job taking over and kind of just maintaining a kind of presence for him, and I respect that.
Well, MFT, she got him back like out on the circuit, like doing interviews and stuff.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I got to tell you, Rose, I might have said it, but I'll say it here in front of everybody. The Crow interviews that he's done, like say the last month, he fucking killed it. Like he was prime Crow. Yeah. Like he needed to do that. Like I don't know how successful it was in terms of like turning people to subscriptions. Who cares? But like the fucking guy laid down some legendary interviews.
Oh, God.
If I do say
he
so,
may be the most knowledgeable person I've personally listened to as far as the whole knowledge base. Like it just.
Well, here's the thing, MFT. I would agree with you. It's that he boils things down and he gives you the fucking meat and potatoes right away, and he goes right for it. And I certainly appreciated it, but I want to get back to Thunder Chicken. I don't want to get too far off.
Oh yeah.
All right, so here's the thing. First of all, Rose. Why, Rose, after meeting both me after a few moments and right when Thunder Chicken starts dating somebody new, is everybody sending you like photos of their girlfriends and ex-girlfriends? Like, what are you doing to get everybody?
Hold on. Add Antiquitech to the list. I've seen his exes as well.
All right, so there's something to this, Rose, because I'm not in the business of sending pictures of my ex-wife, ex-girlfriends, and other to people. And some reason I sent it, and now Antiquitech and Thunder Chicken.
Well,
what is
here's
this?
the difference. I ask Rose advice, of woman's perspective, because I see her more like a sister, and I have great respect. I've been this Crow subscriber since 2018. It's really changed my life. Like I've taken the knowledge laid down by Crow, Jason, and Rose and applied it to my life. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing and where I'm at. And, I'm ready for that next step. I'm ready to find a wife. I'm ready to settle down. And, so I value her perspective on things. That's why I share it with her.
Let me
it's not like probably like you're doing, you're bragging, or something like I say, what do you see in this picture? And we have a mutual friend who can, like divinate from someone's picture. And like I share, like, what do you see? Give me advice. I'm seeking advice.
All right, hold on. So let's talk about it. And I love that your music's playing right now because it's literally perfect. Okay, here's the thing.
Must be Shorty, my angel.
I may have to get going, Z. It's kind of getting late here, and I kind of want to go watch Karen and Mark are starting their show. So
yeah,
I was gonna go make a cup of tea and be a fucking old man and watch that shit.
All right, it was nice to meet you in person, MFT. Come talk to us again.
Huge pleasure.
Good to meet you, man.
Thank you for having me. Thank you so much. It's a huge pleasure. I've listened to your show like dozens and dozens of times, so it's cool. And Rose, love you lots, girl. It's so great to hear your voice and stuff again. And thank you for all your hard work and stuff you do. Appreciate it. Thunder Chicken, I've seen your name a million fucking times, so it's good to put a face to the name in the chat. So
cheers, rare sighting. Good to meet you, man. Seeing you around too.
Have a
Cheers,
wonderful
guys. Much love. We'll talk to you soon.
Bye. Oh, that was awesome. That was epic.
Yeah, I've seen MFT around. He's always, he's got that iconic thing with his dreadies, and now I know I can play his music and stuff, which is good. I have more to my arsenal.
Yeah, breaking the chains, man. Yeah, there's so many. He's good. I love the style.
All right, so first of all, I need to say something. Thunder Chicken basically alleged that I was like bragging when I sent like my pictures to Rose, and then I had to think about it. I was like, oh fuck, he's right. Like that was kind of sucky that he nailed me, and I'm that fucking shallow and people know it. So that fucking sucked. But kudos to you, Thunder Chicken. You were right about that. But let's talk about the elephant in the room, man. And I want to go on this road. You want to get married. How old are you?
36.
All right. She has 2 children. She had. Hold on, Rose. Now I get it. As a man ages, the prospect of finding a suitable mate who's single and doesn't have kids gets lower as you get older. So I get it, man. And I'm not saying it's a non-starter. I was a stepdad myself, Thunder Chicken. So I'm not speaking from inexperience here. And there's consequences to being a stepdad in a lot of ways. But we can go into it if you want. But I just want to actually present it to Rose. Are you factoring this in, Rose, as you're counseling our friend Thunder Chicken regarding his love life?
Well, I don't agree with getting a marriage license and contracting with the government, but I already knew that I didn't have to worry about that with him. But if he wants to have a party and them just express that they're happy that they found each other and celebrate it, I don't think there's anything wrong with that either. It's just up to people how they want to express themselves. So I don't judge it. But in terms of like vowing to be in a monogamous relationship, I don't know what to think about that because I don't think I could handle anything else. But apparently, especially like on the Kendra G show, I've seen that there are all different kinds of relationships. But what's your problem with it, Z? Is it the marriage license? Is it the monogamy?
Well, it's not necessarily the monogamy. I think that's on whatever person, but it's firstly, it's the marriage license, contracting with somebody, but it seems like that's not what he wants. So that's a non-starter. But here's what my issue is when, and people may disagree with me, and I might be a little bit biased on this, but if you develop a relationship with the children, and the relationship ends, there may be some, emotional things that go along with that, Thunder Chicken. That's all I'm saying.
Of course.
Dude.
And I've thought these things out. At 36, I don't want to have any children. I don't have any children as it is, and I want to keep it that way. There's enough children in this world already. I think I'd make a good paternal figure. I have a lot to teach. And children scare me. I don't really want to deal with them or be around them till they're about 10. That's when I can start teaching them and, be a father figure. And there's enough, children in this world that need that. So, it's like, why am I going to go to a dog breeder and get a new dog when I just go to get a rescue, That's how I think about it.
Yeah.
There's enough out there that just need, and that probably sounded wrong, but I'm just, I don't want to. I don't want to have any children. I don't want to subject my progeny to this world. I don't think it's a really good place to bring children into. The ones that are already here, let me help them. That's where I think my role is best filled.
Yeah, fair enough. You and I are very similar in that mindset. Very, very similar in that mindset. So okay, Rose. So here's the thing. I'm all for all kinds of relationships, and I don't know. If he's going to avoid the marriage license and the legal contract,
yeah.
To me, that's the biggest issue with marriage is you're entering. Okay, I'm gonna break down my number one issue with legal marriages. Is I feel as though when a man enters into a marriage with a woman, he's entering into a contract that benefits one party to the detriment of the other. The woman you're entering a contract which should be 50-50 or equal, but in reality, the woman is given deference by the legal system. She necessarily has the advantage, and she's often basically rewarded for breaking the contract. The woman usually benefits from the dissolution of the marriage, and the man usually has detrimental aspects. To me, and based on human nature and what it is, the woman is then incentivized to break the marriage. And that's just the way I look at it. So that's my problem with legal marriage.
Don't get me started on the legal system. Like I've had my experiences with them. There's nothing good there.
Okay, I cannot emphasize what you just said enough. That is provable by statistics that everything that you just said is 100% true. So any man would be freaking crazy and playing the odds against himself to get married, because you could think that you're in love 1 second, but anything can change over time. Feelings change. Yep. People change. And I'm not saying that because I'm cynical. I'm saying that because of statistics. Look at how many marriages end in divorce. And an overwhelming majority of the time, the women end up benefiting from it, just like you said. So that's why I'm totally against it. And plus, you're saying, hello, government, here we are, so that you can track us and know that we exist and that we're together. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, I don't know why when I said that I want a wife that you even thought that I would enter into a contractual marriage of any kind. I'm looking for a life partner. Wife is just the word that we have in our vocabulary to describe a long-term relationship with a woman. That's what I see.
Right. Fair enough. Okay.
Paperwork
so
out of it.
There's no issue. I mean, I guess, the other issue is that you invest in a relationship, but that could be any relationship, man. Look, I don't think monogamy is completely like the most natural thing, because it goes back to what I was saying earlier. There's an ironic thing when it comes to men and women, is that women often claim that they want certain things, but what they are attracted to and what they respond to sexually is often quite different than what they espouse. And it turns out that women seem to be drawn sexually to men who have a lot of options. But if that's not you, it's kind of the same thing with me, Thunder Chicken. Like, I'm not necessarily looking to go out there and like pretend that I'm some like Mac Daddy, like alpha fucking Chad or whatever. I'm just trying to be myself and see where it goes. But unfortunately, women often enter into relationships. They make a lot of promises that they rarely live up to. So I always just say like this when it comes to men and women. If the man basically maintains the role and doesn't give too much away in the relationship and doesn't put too much trust into what the woman says, you're probably better off. But that's just me, man. I don't want to. Here's the thing, Rose. I don't want to go around shitting on a bunch of younger people's like lives and their ability to have relationships. Like, I don't want to come off like that. I don't want to really do that. And I don't want to basically project all my bullshit onto young men. And the reality is, if Thunder Chicken's in his mid-30s, he's still a young man. Now, I would just again say the caveat of the fact that she has 2 kids. You might be able to like find a lot of young women who don't have kids. But if you're interested in raising them and you're interested in teaching a youngster and not going through it, honestly, I don't have a problem with it. And you kind of have Rose God in you, and that's not bad, because Rose is, like I said, is probably more hardcore MGTOW than I am, ironically. So you're probably in good hands. But with that being said, let's welcome Steven to the broadcast. Much love, good sir.
Good to see you, sir. Just hanging out. Don't really have much to contribute on this portion of stuff.
Really? You don't
So
have
I'm
anything to contribute to Thunder Chicken's love life? I mean, come on.
We can tell by the crickets in the background, sir.
Exactly. Yeah. My federally assigned cricket has clocked in for the night.
Is it cricket season? Where the fuck do you live, man?
Yeah, Arizona. So we just got done with like a bunch of rain. Actually, it still rained a little bit today. So they're all up and out. So I keep on trying to chase this one out of my little shed that I built here, but it keeps on coming back.
All right, so listen, man. I was hoping you would have came up when MFT was on, because you were hammering him pretty hard. So let's kind of get into it. Let's cut Thunder Chicken a break, at least for a moment, okay?
Sure.
What was the issue that you had with our friend MFT?
It's basically the issue that I take with any person that will quote the Bible but doesn't claim to be a Christian. Like, because why would you need to refer to the Bible if your belief system stood on its own? From my stance, like, I don't refer to the Bhagavad Gita or the 48 Laws of Power, for that matter, when I speak about, my thoughts on what's true and what's right or whatever. I don't know if you were able to catch it last night. It got pulled, but EBT even made the point that, like, the Bible isn't even necessarily the foundational thing of Christianity, but it is one of our books. So to see people that don't believe it try and like pull stuff from it, it feels disingenuous. And when I don't have to use anybody else's arguments to make my own, it feels like it's a weaker argument just from the outset.
All right, here's the thing. So what you're presenting to me is hold on. Yeah, hold on. What you're presenting to me has been presented multiple times by multiple people. The exact same thing. It's basically, if you're not a Christian, you really have no business quoting from the Bible. So here's the thing, Stephen. I just find that mindset very logically flawed for a number of reasons. And oftentimes I feel as though Christians are kind of basing this understanding more out of emotion than actual, critical thought and reason, because for a number of things. And, I don't want to go through all the logical fallacies involved in it, but go ahead.
Well, like, I know you were mentioning how you were brought up as a Catholic and stuff. And so the reason that I kind of say this is because, like, I just totally had a brain fart and I lost it. Damn it.
I was basically saying, like, it's kind of logically flawed to kind of take this understanding, and
yeah, it is. I don't think that it is flawed, because it's basically like the reason that basically the church has been dealing with the Gnostics, for example, since 100 AD. So that's the whole kind of reason that I kind of come at it that way, is like, it's not uncommon for Christians to have to clarify their viewpoint, because so many people will take it into the New Age realm or modify it, and that was why there was things like the Nicene Creed.
All right, hold on. So you're basically you are a doctrine believing Christian, right? Okay, so you're an Orthodox, word for word Christian. I get it. So here's I'm not gonna say my issue, but here's, I guess, my intellectual problem I have with people who take this stance is you have a belief set, and then you basically hold that up as your foundation, and then you argue based off your belief in the Bible as basically the authority of God's word. And that's usually my problem with this understanding. And I've had this conversation numerous times. So
Well,
I don't
I wouldn't.
you in
If I were
general.
making,
Go ahead.
if I were going to make like an argument for God, I wouldn't even necessarily want to refer to scripture, especially because it just wouldn't make sense given the context. Like if I'm trying to convince somebody of the Christian belief system, I'm not going to be quoting stuff that's things that are learned after joining, right? That it would be more of trying to make the argument between, you know, monism and dualism and the Trinity type of
All right, hold on. And I don't want to be rude to you, Stephen, but I do want to. Rose, how come whenever I'm presented with this same conversation, and this is like 10 times, it's like my brain goes numb, and I'm like, okay, I'm trying to pay attention to Stephen. I tried to pay attention to.
It is a boring topic too.
It's
so
not
like,
that it's
I'll
boring.
give you
Listen,
that.
I get into a lot of quote unquote boring topics, dude. I'm a fucking misanthropic old son of a bitch at this point. But it's like when Toilet Bowl Earth presents me with the same shit, and Rose, it's like my brain goes, you know, like abort, fuck this, nonsense, bullshit, can't expend energy on it, illogical. Rose, help me, please. Your thoughts?
Well, I was thinking before when you were saying that if someone was trying to say that they were against the Bible, why would they quote the Bible?
Right.
Yeah,
I feel
that's
like
where I'm
it's
stuck.
necessary to quote the scripture that you disagree with. You need to delineate the
I
parts
agree
of
with
the
that.
Bible that you disagree with. So
I can clarify that. Yes.
Okay.
So like if it were, you know, in that kind of case, I was arguing more like somebody who says or will quote the Bible.
Hold on
and
a second. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't mean to cut you off. I hate this conversation. Why is this driving me nuts? Every time this comes up on my show, it drives me. It like, and
Your
I
brain
but like
knows it's a waste of time.
that Thunder
You're
Chicken.
talking
It's
to a
like
brick
my.
wall.
It's like my fucking head goes on fire. And this isn't about you, Stephen, but it's like I don't
no,
think I've ever
no
talked.
offense,
Well, Stephen,
I don't think I've ever talked to you, maybe once, but you know, I've seen you in my chat and I was watching your chats tonight. And it's not that I don't like you or something, but it's like I've gone down this road. It's like, here's the thing that my problem with when people come on out with the Christian doctrine orthodoxy is it's always the same argument. It's never original.
Well,
And it's like I'm having the same fucking conversation over and over again. It makes me
why I wanted to,
crazy.
I wanted to
Why
clarify
am I going
just
crazy
a little
right
bit.
now? I'm sorry. I don't want to.
It is no, it is maddening. So I'll give you that for sure. The part where I wanted to clarify is like I'm not talking about somebody who's like disagreeing with Christianity. I'm talking about people who are like tangential to it, but don't actually say they're Christian, and then we'll quote stuff from it. But then also on the flip of the coin, say, oh, there's so much corrupt about it, you can't trust it. So it's like, why even refer to it anyway if like you can't trust it? That's the part where it like it doesn't hold up to me. Why?
Hold on. So
if I may,
go ahead, Thunder Chicken. You may.
So like, you know, I consider myself more in the Gnostic crowd than a Christian, but I've studied the Bible very, very much, and that's, you know, it's like being a flat earther. I know the heliocentric NASA model in and out. So is it not, you know, it's kind of like a know thy enemy, even though I don't consider it my enemy, but it's kind of like that standpoint. So you're offended if somebody is using scripture to discount scripture. Is that what offends you? Why does it offend you that somebody references the Bible if they're not a Christian?
No, it's not that they're using, it's not the situation of them using scripture to refute scripture. It's often what I hear and get frustrated by is people that use scripture to like make a claim about some sort of space new agey type of argument, or like when people try and do like the word magic, like, you know, wizard, when they get into like the etymology and all these different things, and they convolute the whole entire
Oh my god,
thing.
dude! But here's the
Like
thing,
to
dude. You
call a
just
gospel
dismissed.
a ghost spell.
Hold on, you just dismissed. Here's another thing. In this, and I'm gonna let Rose go after this, but it's the same thing as it's the dismissal, the minimization, and the minimalization of so many other, let's say, thought forms, ideas, ideologies. Like, you know, just say like, oh, this quote unquote new age or quote unquote word magic. Here's the thing, man. Many of the things that you're probably associating with New Age are probably more intricately tied with the biblical concepts than you may understand. And I often find that many people who hold your particular, let's say, ideology have a certain construct of history in their mind, a certain construct of culture, a certain timeline that really doesn't hold up to scrutiny. But go ahead, Rose. Floor's yours.
No, I was just saying that your brain is trying to make sense of someone's faith. Someone is having faith in something, and there is no way to describe it to someone who doesn't have it.
Well, I understand what you mean, because it's like saying that like faith maybe goes beyond like rational, maybe thought or, certain logical things. Yeah, like I kind of get that. But I wanted to address something you said, Stephen, about like people who were kind of like Christian adjacent or Christian, associated with it, but don't call themselves Christians. You're probably describing me at that point, where somebody who goes, okay, this is like, because I actually probably consider myself closer to Christ. Like in my mind, Stephen, I'm closer to Christ than you are in my mind. You understand?
Well, then all I would have to say is then why not just jump in and get? So you've already been baptized, right? When you were a kid, or what's?
Well, yeah, it was.
So then why not just go back? Like if you're gonna be Christian adjacent, why not just at least go on Sundays? At least take communion.
Oh, enter into contract. Enter into contract with the deity.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's a contract.
All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I want Thunder Chicken. Thunder Chicken. I want you. Party Poet. Are you still fucking awake? Party Poet. Are you there? Party Poet, Mr. Sir.
You put him to sleep.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna bring him down because he's just distracting me at this point with this non-icon. Come up again, Party Poet. And we lost Rose. So here's what I'm gonna do. I want Thunder Chicken to have this conversation with I'm gonna bring Boston Bear in on this one too. We're gonna bring around Boston Bear. Okay.
Well, like you said, Z, like I consider myself more a Christian than most Christians because I operate from the heart space. I treat my neighbor as I want to be treated. I respect the 10 Commandments, but I have like logical discernments that tells me the Bible is not a history book. Like it's not meant to be taken literal. It's an allegorical and metaphor of timeless wisdom through the ages. In some parts, just like Leviticus and Numbers and much of Genesis, it just doesn't really make sense from any lens you look at it through. So I take it with a grain of salt. There's great wisdom there. I say if you're going to read anything in the Bible, read Proverbs and Psalms. Those are the most important books in the Bible, if you ask me. But that's me.
What up, guys?
How's it going, man?
Bear?
Dude, I was 40 minutes behind and I played it 2 times the speed, so I'm gonna have to adjust to the change of pace. But I got all caught up.
I appreciate that, Boston. I appreciate the dedication to the show. But much love, man. It's good to have you on, dude.
Yeah. I've been on quite the journey. I mean, Z knows that biblical cosmology came on to the stream for me 2 years ago. I mean, I need to actually do the math to make sure I'm not over 2 years, but you could roughly say 2 years. And that was
hold on, 2 years, huh? 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so hold on. Let me get into this. So you're relatively new to this whole thing, which to me is interesting because you seem to have jumped in with both feet. Like, do you feel as though you've needed to kind of play catch up with the flat Earth community? How did that go with you? Because I mean, you kind of found your way to the heart of everything. What was that like? I'm actually interested in this.
So the long story short is a guy I went to high school with said one day, because just to catch you guys up too, I've been following the Messiah for 14 years. So I've already been a believer, not in any dogma, not in any religion. Actually, religion makes me sick. But I believe that the creator that's above us and his son are to be praised and honored with how we live our life. Like, so we can get back into that in a minute, but to stay on the
hold on. Yeah. So stay on it. Let me. So I'm assuming, Stephen, you are not a flat earther. I guarantee you. Just give us a yes or no.
Well, I was a flat earther for some time.
Nobody was a flat earther and went back. Nobody was. Zero people.
I
hate
think I have actually
when people try to
ascended the
fucking pull
argument.
this shit.
I have ascended the argument, Z.
You've ascended.
No,
No, that
I've
means you
ascended.
fucking
Oh,
are a
come on,
pussy.
dude.
See, here, I like this, Steven, but at the same
Oh,
time,
man.
I'm a fucking, like, it's like something inside me happens. You have that same EBT spirit, that same toilet bowl earth. It's like you guys are all cut from the same fucking cloth. I've seen it too
Basically,
many times.
yeah.
We're not going to let you run away from this. I can tell a non-flat earther's face as soon as I see it, and you are definitely not a flat earther, okay? I could look at Thunder Chicken, I could look at Boston Bear, I can see it on their face. I look on your face and I know you're not. So don't say you've ascended it and like, we're still bogged down in the minutia of the physical and it doesn't matter.
No,
and why would it matter? And give me a break.
It really doesn't matter though. Like it like the only thing that I've seen it do is ruin relationships between family members.
What does that have to do? That's what truth does. What does it have to do?
You're right. I did say
whether
truth
something's
does divide.
true or not. Did you see what 2020 did to relationships?
Yeah, they divide people. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's what a true thing versus a false thing. When people stand on true things or what they accept as true, it's divisive. So we're not going to cut you. Boston Bear, why am I going crazy right now? Why did Steven come on and I instantly went crazy? Snowfire says it's a demon in me. I don't think so, Snowfire.
No,
but why?
Did Jesus not say he would come like a sword to divide us? Is Jesus not divisive?
Help me, please.
All right. So what I think in the journey that I've been on is truth has a frequency and a resonance to it. And people that say that they're truthers, and I'm not talking about the outsiders looking in saying that we're conspiracy theorists or we're like way in the fringes. I'm talking about people in this movement that are authentic and genuine and got so tired of all the BS and so tired of the deceptions and inversions, because outside in the real world right now, regardless of what you believe about God, you can see it's insane. There's so many things that are twisted up in knots. And I think there's a huge movement going on right now that's not just questioning what's the shape of the earth, but they're saying, what the heck is going on? What's in food? Why are they putting all these additives? Why are people morbidly obese? What's the epidemic and problem with, opioids? And you could say, what in the world is going on over there on multiple topics? And there is deception and there is inversion. So just the topic of flat earth, it's really hitting on people, because when I was told that we're not spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and orbiting the sun at 66,000 miles an hour while it's chasing, like going around the Milky Way, like it's not moving around the solar system at 500,000 miles an hour.
Just the understanding that we're not moving.
Yeah.
It's such a basic thing, but so profound. And like some people see it and some people don't. I don't know what it is. Let me ask you something, Steven. Did you just put that cigarette out like on the bottom of your shoe and throw the butt on the floor? What did you just do with the cigarette? How did you discard it?
I put it out on the concrete and then put it in this little tin that I have down here.
Oh, okay. So you're outside. We're looking at like an outside background. So I know you're outside, but you remained outside. Got you.
Yes.
So hold on. Run Boston Bear. What are your thoughts that Steven smokes cigarettes? Why am I so? And I know a lot of my audience smokes, so I don't want to like alienate my audience, but people know where I stand on
honestly,
it.
I only smoke when I'm on streams. It's just, it's basically something that helps me to like, it's not so much nerves. It's just like, I don't want to feel like I'm just like sitting there, so like instead of like fucking around with a toy or something, at least I can do that.
We'll get you a fidget spinner.
I don't have, I don't have any judgment that he's a smoker. I've smoked before. I've smoked many cigarettes before. The thing that I'd talk to him on the side about is it's a lie. It's a crutch. Not that he's a bad person or anything, but when I smoked, it was like I needed it to get me hyped and to get me up for playing a disc golf round or going on, whatever I was doing, or I needed it to calm me down. It was always
it is a stimulant, so there is that aspect to it.
But,
you can't deny that there is.
But the thing that I needed was I needed it to move me up or move me down, and then I needed it after a meal or after other things. And so that habit, just I've heard that even the taking it to your lips is like a thing that gets programmed into you. But then there's the chemical
for
thing
sure.
that starts happening and the dopamine release, and then next thing you know, you're chemically hooked because they want the money. They want the money from it. But
And there's like a whole psychology that goes into it that people have been trying to defeat. Like there's all these new things where they have like these wood vape things that it's basically just air that you can do. So it helps, with that habit. So it is interesting to.
All right, hold on. Yeah, I shouldn't have went to the cigarette thing. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Let me ask you,
Polarizing.
Stephen. So hold on. So I've seen you around my show a little bit. So how did you learn about Z show? Give me your impression of me. What do you? How do you see me? How do you see my show?
Sure.
Go ahead.
So I first found out about you probably about a year ago now, when there was the whole big panel universe crashing moment. Because I came from the CBO group. That's where I met him and EBT on Instagram like 7 years ago. So
okay, and they're all like Christian-y and stuff. I know that. Okay.
They weren't always like that was the thing. Like, so over the years, like it was definitely more conspiracy focused with a lot of the stuff. And there was a lot of like digging into seeing how we could fuck with the algorithm, either with like memes. Like there's a really good story about CBO having his meme go viral.
All right, hold on. I got to rein you in.
Sorry. Yes. Yeah. It's back.
So here's the thing, Boston Bear. This guy's likable in a way that, like, I don't even know how to deal with him because, like, you're likable in a way that you shouldn't be to me, and it's like kind of short circuiting my fucking brain with you.
Right.
But
I'm raising all your red flags, and yet you're still letting me proceed because I got a little bit of charisma that makes it entertaining.
Well,
Look
yeah,
like a
because
TV preacher.
It's something about you just interesting, man. But okay, so yeah, when the panel verse kind of hit full swing like a year ago, I always say these panels kind of arose. They were always kind of around and people had things, but with everybody being in the pandemic and the whole StreamYard, Zoom, and this technology, when everybody got like StreamYard and Zoom and shit on their phones, that was basically the dawn of this fucking panel verse. So you were introduced to me. I also think, Stephen, that the panel verse now is stratifying, that it's going to kind of branch off into its own direction because it's so different. Like, I don't really have much in common with like EBT and Chalk Body Outline, but I can see how they can have an audience and they'll probably continue to develop an audience, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so that's how you came across me. But I know to you, I'm just the fucking dumb flat earther. Like, I probably get it. I don't want to get in your mind.
I wouldn't ever say that because, like I've said, even though you don't believe that okay, the thing is, I do understand that there are phenomena like it doesn't feel like it's moving. You can, look further than you should be able to see. All the things. I understand it all, and I get it. It makes sense. It's just I don't ever see how it's gotten me a better job or gotten me.
Wait, hold on. So
He's saying
what if I
truth
said that
isn't worth
Christianity? Hold on, Thunder Chicken. I know. Here's the thing. What if I said to you, I can't see how Christ would give me like a better job, like when I decided to, like, I don't know, be nice to my neighbor and stuff.
Well,
and
that would be
Christ
a different thing
didn't really work out to me. Really? If it's true, how's it different?
Well, because Christianity doesn't guarantee a good life. In fact, the whole like main mantra is to pick up your cross and follow Christ. Like the living suffering is that.
So how's my analogy wrong? Your basically point was, how does fucking flat Earth help me? But what does that have to do with the truth or the
I think I have a higher
Bear, I'm
truth
gonna
that I'm focused on.
Okay.
Hold on. I got to put him in the back because he's driving me crazy.
Don't put him
And
in
he's
the
not
back.
even. Hold on. He's
Listen,
not
I
even
want to
being rude.
ask him a question.
Hold on. I'll bring him
He
back.
values himself through his social standings. He's a socialite. He's a social butterfly. He can't handle the scrutiny that comes with it. And even in his Christian circles, it's more acceptable to be a follower of Christ than a globe denier. He can't handle the scrutiny that comes with it.
All right. I think you just made a very fair point there.
Part-time. He's a part-time truther.
Well, even truther has a connotation to it, but it's saying like, okay, well,
not committed.
It's basically saying what it is, Boston Bear. It's the what does it matter argument.
Mm-hmm.
It's the what does it matter anyway. How does it help me? And I'll sit there and I'll think about this question constantly when people say, what does it matter? And like, what's the proper response? And to me, I just keep going down to the same thing. You're basically saying, what does truth matter? All right. Now, if you tell me you're a Christian, Stephen, you're basically saying, I am the way, the truth, and the life. The truth will set you free. I can pull multiple red letter verses straight from the mouth of the Christ that talks about the importance of truth. So if you basically are saying, what does a true thing matter as opposed to a false thing? That's what I think gets me about the Stevens of the world, is they're basically fucking on one hand saying the Christ is the truth, the Christ is the way and the life. And then on the other side saying, what does a true thing matter? It's a level of cognitive dissonance that to me is absolutely maddening. And this isn't about you, Stephen. It's about that I've had this argument so many times on the over a year that I've been on air and doing this. And it doesn't mean that I don't like you. It means people with your mindset drive me absolutely crazy. I'm going to let him back up.
That's fair. Again, I understand that drives you crazy, but I do want to go back to what Boston Bear had said about how like going off of the flat earth part, there spawned other truth movements like focusing on what was in the food, what's going on in the sky, all these different things. So I will give the flat earth movement the credit that it's due, that it did wake up people to what I would argue are more pressing issues, because you can't really solve what our world is and go past the ice wall.
So, guys, is it just that he can't think? Is it that he's unable to do so? Is there just a disconnect in his critical thinking abilities?
We'll never know. You didn't let him finish.
There was no need to finish. He was just saying nonsense. It was complete nonsense. He would have just went on with nonsense for the next 10 minutes.
He's still figuring himself out.
I can't. Here's what it is. I'm fucking losing my mind. I don't know. I've been on for 4 hours now, but I've been presented with this same argument. It's the same thing that these people keep saying to me over and over again. What does it fucking matter what I think the flat earth community, we're not talking about the good of the dumb flat earthers, like looking into truth and like the spoils of that and the side effects. We're talking about, is it a true thing versus a false thing? And should that actually matter? That's the crux of it. Here's the thing, Boston Bear. You know, I don't want to project onto Thunder Chicken or Boston Bear, but I'm going to talk for myself. To go around and proclaim to people in your life and go on the internet and show your face and say that you accept that the world is basically flat and the cosmology is the complete opposite that's been taught, it's not without consequence, okay? So I think almost every flat earther who's vocal about it is very invested in it. And when people just hand wave dismiss something that is of such consequence because they can't grasp the magnitude of the deception and they throw it out and just say, what does it matter anyway? And I have to go to work and well, it could be both. And I rose above it. I think it's bullshit. I think it is intellectually dishonest.
Yeah. It is.
And I think it's spiritually inept in so many ways. I'm sorry, Stephen, I keep shelving you, but you incense me in so many ways, and I'm just going with it because I could sit here and try to be polite, and I could sit here and try to just go along and get along with this conversation. I could end the show, but I'd rather just explore these feelings I'm having right now because it seriously is something that I have to keep working through with the Stevens of the world. I'm sorry.
Well, let me say this real quick, because Stephen, this is not an attack on you. Like, I want you to know this isn't an attack, but your response is a cope. You don't know it is because that's just like the lane you're in, and that's fine. And I can explain what I mean if you want, but what you don't realize also is Z is talking from a position of he's made his mind up. He's looked into the data. He has figured out for sure I would say he's 100% sure that we're not on a spinning globe. And that's where I'm at as well. So on the other side of you, see, you're being a gentleman. You're not like ad homing him or personally attacking him right this second. There's a whole fleet of paid shills and anti-flat earthers and disinfo people who just point at us and say we're uneducated and we're stupid and we're idiots and we're retarded and all this stuff. And in the comments, they're constantly, we're like, well, prove this and what about this and what about that? And so it gets extra annoying when we're over here saying like, bro, isn't the truth valuable? Like I went on the channel Matters Now, which is basically an atheist channel for Globers, but they're nice. They're nice to flat earthers. They'll let them on. They'll let them speak. And one night I said to them, I said, let me ask you a question. Do you think the truth matters? And like 2 or 3 of them were like, no. They said no. And that bothered me. That upset me. So what I'm going to ask you to do now, like personally and directly, because I've got 3 small kids. And when my friend told me we weren't on a
Congratulations.
Thanks, dude. I'm a stay-at-home dad. It's epic. When I had a friend tell me that we weren't on a spinning ball, I lost my mind. I was like, dude, what are you talking about? You're an idiot. A knee-jerk reaction was, you're stupid. And then I wanted to figure out what the heck he was talking about. The long story short is it's not the matter of we don't feel like we're moving. The fact is interferometry, which is the most precise measurement of movement out there, doesn't show motion. All tests ever.
Yeah, no, I've heard that before. I've looked it up. I understand.
Then, so let me back up even farther than the tests in this whole argument. Let me ask you this: if you were the creator, like you, just for a second, could imagine that you're God, and you, in your infinite power and wisdom and just creative, artistic expression, created a place for people to live, and it wasn't a globe spinning in space orbiting the sun, and it got inverted by the great deceiver, wouldn't you want your people to dig at the truth and find out what was really made? Because that's where I'm at.
Sure. No, yeah, I wouldn't agree with that or disagree with that at all.
So what proof do you have that it is a globe? Other than
I'm not arguing that it's a globe.
He's saying it doesn't matter, but it doesn't change your day-to-day life.
I think it's more important to, like, for me, I work with the homeless through my church. I think it's more important to save people that are close to death than it is to try and convince somebody that you can't probably convince that it's flat. Like the odds are usually you're not going to convince somebody that believes it's a globe to eventually believe it's flat. There's very few. That's why it's a conspiracy theory, right?
Well,
it's on the fringes.
There's more than you would think, Stephen. You see me and Boston and Thunder Chicken. We're examples of the complete opposite thing you just said, and most of my audience. So, and hundreds, tens, if not hundreds of millions at this point.
Millions and millions. I mean,
so it's not as fringe as you may think. I understand that.
If we're going to compare, like, a million is a lot of people, but compared to how many billion people that there are on planet Earth.
Let me say a couple of things real quick.
Look,
I know.
I'm being reasonable, and plus, look, I want to make sure it's at least.
I don't understand your
for
point.
The crowd, Z. I want to not just be like
fail.
Let me tell you a couple more things. I think that the actual number is 25% of all of humanity is at the point where they realize we're on a stationary topographical plane.
Really? You believe that, Boston?
I'd say, why does that matter?
I believe it is 25%, and I think it's growing rapidly.
Wow. Okay, hold on. Let's explore this. Why? Why do you think it's that much? Like, what's your, like, I guess, evidence, or what factors which could you point to? That number seems exceedingly high to me.
It seems high. Okay, so my reasoning for saying what I just said was there's an actual poll that came out that had a percentage on it, and I think it was guesstimated to be low. Heard Whitsitt and Dave Weiss talking about it, and they were like, everyone was just kind of in a think tank of like, how many people do you think are really talking about this, and like elbowing their neighbor and saying like, have you heard this? What do you think about it? And I mean, how many people are waking up to it? And I think it's a big number. Now, if I'm wrong and it's 15%, I mean, okay, sue me, but it's a lot more people than just a few over in the fringes and in the corner.
Yeah, and I think it's growing. I think there's
Well, it's not going to stop.
I don't think it's going to stop exactly, or maybe, or who knows? But I do think it's going to continue to grow if things remain the way they are. Meaning to say, if civilization remains, if technology remains, I think it's going to keep growing. But I'm not so sure that's even going to happen.
Why do we care?
Is because I think its relevance is going to kind of fall to the wayside if we enter into like World War III, right? Like people are going to probably end up being a little bit more focused on surviving.
What does the relevant? Here's the thing about I think I'm maybe going to agree with what Thunder Chicken's trying to bring us to. What does the relevance have to do with whether or not God created this world in a particular way where we are the center of creation and the heavens are above us? To me, that's a pretty impactful thing, man. And I think in my mind, it should be impactful for somebody who says they're a Christian and a Bible-believing Christians who believes in Genesis and all the parts in the Bible that point to a geocentric cosmology.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You guys are better at this conversation than me right now.
Well, like I would say, why do we care the percentage of people that see that, beyond the deception? I say the deception is part of the test of this realm. God, what's the intention of this creation? This is one of the things I get into it with Christians all the time. If God created this and we are the center of the universe, which that's what I think. I'm a geocentric cosmologist. That's what I call it, not flat earther. I think it sounds better for one. But we are the center of creation. This place was created for us. We seem to be the only thing that wasn't created for it. We were placed here. This is our test. This is our dojo, our theme park. Why did God put us here?
And I think a really poor argument that globe type people try and make to counter that is like, wouldn't it be equally as much of a miracle if everything was the traditional cosmology, because God made everything just happen to work so perfectly together? I don't think that's a good enough argument, but I'm just like, for the sake of like counter argument.
Well, no, for the same reason you don't want to fly a flat Earth flag and admit and talk to about it to your Christian friends.
I'm
do
not
you have
trying
these
to prove
conversations with your church, with your congregation? I mean, that would be the place to
about it. But yeah, I have friends at church that we talk about this stuff for sure.
And like, how did discovery of God change your life? Because you go and help homeless people. How did discovery of flat Earth change your life? Are you still, living a corporate slave life and paying taxes and just like every other schmuck out there?
Yeah, I still am a slave.
That's what you
I'm
should
gonna be slaving.
That's what you should, render unto Caesar's that which is Caesar's, but try to separate from Caesar a little bit, maybe.
Sure, yeah, be in the world but not of the world. I get it.
But do you apply it?
Yeah, of course I do.
Steven, are you like married guy with like family and stuff? What's your whole thing? What's going on with
I mean, I'd rather not get into that stuff just because there's like, it's been rocky lately. So just to save that stuff.
Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Wait a second.
That's why he denies. He denies the truth of flat Earth.
No, you want to get into it?
I know, Thunder Chicken. Hold on.
I'll let it. So I was.
What do you mean it's been rocky? What are we talking about here?
Because basically,
what's going on with you?
She found out he's a flat earther, so he recants it.
Yeah, sure.
No,
maybe she's a flat earther and he couldn't take it.
That's funny. Well, I mean, the flat Earth part was one of the dividing things, and it was more.
Do you know, Boss? Hold on.
Questioning your mental state.
Do you know Boston Bear's wife is a physician? I just wanted to put that out there for everybody. All right, go ahead. Sorry, I sometimes I do this. I get scattered. Sorry, Steven. Please proceed.
No, it's fine. No, it was basically just after 10 years of relationship, basically there was a lot of stuff that happened where we both changed and it just kind of fell apart. All
right, so you just gave us like the bullshit political version that you're going to give like
basically part of the reason that I do say this conspiracy stuff doesn't help is because that was one of the things that drove a wedge between us. Like
most women don't like conspiracy. Sure, they're not programmed for it. They're by outlook, Steven, right? Because you're trying to meet this woman on a certain level. Look, here's what I'm going to say. This is my opinion. Women are biologically programmed for consensus. I'm not saying they're unable to, let's say, incorporate a true thing into their mentality, but their natural reaction is going to be to go with the group because it's biological. That's the way
Correct.
it's supposed to be. It's survival. So of course that's going to get into it. But what was the the issue? So you're trying to what the last dude that was on here, MFT Dread guy, pretty much said he met a girl, he talked to her, and he convinced her.
I
or
heard
she
it. He
basically,
psyoped her into becoming a flat earther or whatever.
The language of this guy.
I'm just okay. Can I not just tease a little bit? I thought that
no,
was
it's
clever.
funny. I mean, it's, I
Why?
can see how it'd be funny, like the EBT toilet bowl Earth crowd.
I question the intention. Like, what is your intention in poking fun? I'm all cool with poking fun. Do you even know why you poke fun?
People like to poke fun at flat earthers because it's easy, Thunder Chicken. You know that because it's one of it's the most easy trope to be. Well, you're so dumb you think the Earth's flat. That's the nature of the deception. That's why I keep saying what it is to be a flat earther, because you're embracing what most of society thinks and has been programmed to think is the dumbest thing you could possibly ever think. The fucking trick of the whole thing that is, it's actually the truth, and they've deceived society to such a point that everybody's mind fucked to think that they live on a spinning impossible globe. Let's go. Let's hold on, Stephen. Hold on. All right. So there's so many ways I want to go with you because you're lovable in a lot of ways, but you're I don't want to ad hom. I'm going to try to avoid ham. I'm going to keep it above the belt. All right. Because you've ad hommed us a couple times in a way that you probably didn't even know you did it. And I'm sure I probably did it.
Then I apologize for any offenses.
It's fine. You don't have to. This is the Z show. Do you know the things that have gone down on this show?
No.
Don't worry. You don't have to apologize. Okay. So here's the thing.
Kindergarten here.
I mean, come on. I basically ruined Thunder Chicken's chance at love about, let's say, 8 or 9 months ago. And he seems to be okay with it. He takes the responsibility on it. All right. That's a whole nother story. Let's not go down that road.
Live and learn.
I saved you, Thunder Chicken. Go ahead, Boston Bear.
We'll get into that another time.
I got a couple stories to dump out real quick because I'm not trying to take it back here, but you were asking me a minute ago, like, how did I get in 2 years ago and basically just be like in with, some cool people and like not at the top, but I'm listening to some of the top flat earthers. And so this is for Steven, because you mentioned this too, Z. And I hope he's listening or can hear me.
Yeah, I'm still here. Sorry.
Okay, cool. So here's the deal. My wife is a physician. She's family medicine and sports medicine, and she's a doctor. And she went to her like major was biology, and then she was in the Air Force for 8 years. So when her husband of 10 years found flat earth out of nowhere, like all we were doing was living for the Messiah. We were being, the standard good morals and values in the home, trying to raise our kids the right way. When this came onto the plate at my house, it was kind of like her response was, what are you talking about? Like, why are you even looking into this? Like, why are you being so countercultural? I probably heard her say, why are you being so countercultural 8 times in the first few months of looking into this.
Oh yeah, they weaponized that phrase.
Right.
I get it.
And so, well, I mean, but if you think about her training in the Air Force and in med school and in, her training is go with the consensus, the majority and what everybody thinks, and peer review is important. And just like, you got to kind of like, just stay in your lane. And if the authority tells you something, you just say, okay. But I'm the spiritual leader of the home. And I don't mean that in some kind of like, I'm like ruling over her, because we co-create children and we walk side by side. But if there's something like, if I get a spiritual hunch that we got to get out of here, I have to have the authority to say, like, pack up the kids, let's get out of this house, we got to get out of this town. And that's that kind of like leadership that I'm called to. Well, anyway, I told her, I don't know what my buddy said. It is weird. It doesn't seem right, but I have to, I've known him my whole life. I don't know why he would think this. I have to look into it. And I went into it to prove it wrong. Well, not really to prove it wrong, but I thought I was going into it to be like, oh, I'll debunk this in just a minute. And that's not possible if you go into it with an open mind and you look at the data and you look at the results and you look at the historicity behind how the heliocentric model even came into the picture. And so I'm just telling you, over the 4 months, 5 months that I was looking into it, I quickly realized that I had to stop talking to her about it and just do my own research on my own. Because in the beginning, I don't want this to sound weak or anything, but I was kind of freaked out. I was like, other deceptions were coming crashing in at the same time. And I was telling her like, all history's a lie and this isn't correct. And we don't live on a spinning ball. And I didn't know really what to do with all my emotions. And her response to that was like, whoa. So I just I had to slow it down. I got a P1000. I started looking at the stars and the moon with my kids and thinking about stuff. And then I started showing her images of the stars and it just, we started looking in the Bible, rereading Genesis and rereading how many times it says that the earth is on a firm foundation and shall not be moved. And she's like, wow, it says that? And anyway, long story short, she's come around to believe that we're on a stationary topographical plane, not because I forced her, not because she had to, but she looked into it with an open mind and an open heart. So that's how that progressed. And it's been, a year and a half now. And she's even like flat smacked a couple people. She's like, well, have you ever heard about biblical cosmology? And she's telling people about it too, which is pretty epic. That's the first part of what I wanted to say. The second thing is this happened to me within the last 3 weeks. I got on a stream on a Zoom with Witsit and a military pilot that shall be unnamed because he's still a contractor for the military. He flew F-15s. And his flat earth awakening, because somebody told him like, dude, did you ever hear about flat earth? And this is a dude with a long history flying. They were in Afghanistan and they were flying towards K2 and he was at 28,000 feet and he did his targeting system at the tip of K2 and it's all off of radar. And it told him that there was zero difference from his cruising altitude and the tip of the mountain, and the tip of the mountain was over 300 nautical miles away. And he said right then it clicked that mountaintop, if it was on a spherical ball Earth, should have been 5 degrees or more below his horizontal, and it wasn't. And so I thought that was awesome. It was kind of like an amazing thing to hear a military.
Wow. So hold on, let me get into this. So would you say it was 18,000? Is that what you said?
No. The plane was at 28,000 feet.
28,000. Okay.
Yeah. And K2 is a 28,000 foot peak mountain. And
Right.
he set his little targeting beacon at the tip of K2. And it said that it was zero difference from the
There was
height.
there was no declination. Right.
Right. Because he was
300 nautical miles.
over
Right.
300. He said over 300. So he was explaining that when you're doing air-to-air combat, if somebody is on your horizontal or on your horizon, that you're at the same level. He said if they're below the horizon as you're flying, they're below you. And if they're above the horizon, they're above you. Because he said when you're fighting, you need to be in the upper position, the higher position, because the missiles work more efficiently to go down than they do to go up at somebody. And then he was just playing around, testing it. So we can talk about that some more, but we took a family trip to see my wife's family, and we were getting on the plane, and I had my daughter, my 3-year-old, and we were getting on, and I told the stewardess right there, or the flight attendant, I was like, hey, this is my daughter's first flight. And they said, oh, well, bring her by. We'll let her see up front and everything. And my 7-year-old, my 5-year-old as well. We went and did our flight. I wasn't even thinking about this. I just thought I was in the moment with my family. We were just flying. But as we went up front, they got to go up in the cockpit. And the flight, on the commercial flight, he said, here, flip this switch. And it made all the lights come on. And it was like, it just seemed like there was a little lull in the conversation as the kids were looking at everything. And I said to him, I was like, hey, man, are you getting tired of people asking you about, flat earth? And he was kind of like, huh? No. Like he just kind of played it off like he wasn't really like impressed with the question. And I said, yeah, people are waking up to it. They're looking into it. They're figuring it out. And actually, and then I told the K2 pilot, military pilot story. And then his response after I told him that story was like, he was bright and cheery. And he was like, it's flat. It's flat. Like he was happy that I knew and that I was asking him with a genuine heart. And I wasn't trying to like get him. And he told me it's flat, it's flat. And that's 2 times in the last 3 weeks that me as a flat earther, 2 years old, got a commercial pilot and a military pilot to tell me honestly the earth is flat. And that just felt good.
Right. And that doesn't prove or disprove that it's flat, but it shows something,
Mm-hmm.
And here's the other thing I wanted to say to Stephen. And of course, Stephen, you came up here on the Flat Earthers channel, and this is what's going to happen. I'm going to hold your feet to the fire. Nobody wants to be a flat earther. We all know it's fucking weird and goofy, and it's even silly to us because it's so absurd. But here's the thing. It's the lie that's absurd. We're the ones. I always put it like this, guys. It's like you go and you hear, let's say, like a bunch of like 11-year-olds talking about Santa Claus, right? And they're like, I don't know, does a guy come down the chimney and eat the fucking cookies? And how could he go around and hit all the houses in one night? Like, isn't that crazy? And they're having a stupid conversation. But here's the problem. It's not their fault. They're having a stupid conversation because they were told a stupid lie. It's not their fault that they have to sit there and figure out a dumb, moronic thing that people were lying to them about. It's the same thing here. We're the ones being like, hey, that kind of sounds fucking crazy. How could he go around and eat all the cookies and hit all the houses? And how could reindeer fly? And how could he live at the North Pole? It's the same thing we're saying. How could we spin? And how does this happen? And how could the Nile River exist on a fucking globe?
Yeah.
And because it's a stupid fucking lie. That's the problem. But hold on, let's get Steven back into this. All right, let's get him back into it. Because Steven just wants to be blissfully unaware. He wants to go along to get along. And let me ask you something, Steven. What does that say about you and I don't want to challenge your manhood, but what does it say about you? What does it say about men in this culture, the so-called society, where we can all step aside and say, yeah, well, there's an authority figure and they got it all figured out. And I don't really need to know what's true. And I don't really need to know like what's right and what's moral. And we just basically pawn it off and say, yeah, you know what? Somebody knows better and they know better than me. I think that leads to destruction. And I think that's actually doing a disservice to the people who need us to do better. Children, women, old people, don't they need us to kind of basically lead? I don't know. It's the way I look at the world.
I agree.
We have a government that I don't think they're looking out for us, man. And I think they're looking to really do fucked up shit to us. So to me, this matters. I'm just saying.
Well, and I'd like to say that Run Boston Bear is now like a new personal hero of mine, you know, like a family man, a man of God. And like he said, like he's still the man in the household, like a man leads. And he had an intuition and God is calling him to a thing and he saw it through. And despite, you know, the possible consequences with his wife and his marriage and his family and his status and his social standings, he pursued what is right and true in his heart. And he fucking did it and saw it through. And he's slowly leading his wife to the light. But it helps when someone has a firm religious, even though I'm not a fan of religion, I support it. It has a place in this world. When someone has a firm religious foundation, you can talk to them more openly, especially about things of this matter, because it is spiritual. It is about God. And that is what the heliocentric model does, is it hides the creator. When I grew up thinking I was an evolved monkey on a spinning ball in a vast and different universe, I was a NASA fanboy. I was an atheist. You know, having this realization that came through logic and reason. In a similar story, a teenage friend of mine told me one day it's flat, and I knew he wasn't stupid and I knew he wasn't crazy, and he was like the only one who was kind of on my level as a teenager, and I set out to disprove him, and I set out to say, this is crazy, this is nuts. And for the first 6 months I laughed at the topic and the matter, and the more I approached it with intellectual honesty and a curiosity and a burning desire for truth in my heart, it just kept letting me down more logical reasons to accept the geocentric cosmology that I stand by today. And
right on. All right, hold on. We fucking flat smacked him enough. Steven, get back up here. Are you still there, Steven?
I had just messaged you in the back chat, like there's somebody's quinceañera that's about to fire up. I can hear them testing up the music and everything, so it's about to get really loud over here.
Where do you live? Where do you live that there's going to be a quinceañera?
The hood in Phoenix, Arizona.
Quinceañeras are fun, man. Who knows? All right, Thunder Chicken, much love, dude.
You had your first tequila at a quinceañera, if I'm not mistaken.
Close. It was my first drink, and it wasn't tequila. It was Puerto Rican rum. The first time I ever got drunk I was at a quinceañera. So I guess I don't know how old that makes me. I'm not sure. And the crazy drunk uncle behind the bar decided he was going to serve all us youngsters. So what is it, 15, I think? So I was 14 at the time.
I remember that story. For some reason, that just jarred a memory.
That's actually hilarious.
either way, my battery's low myself, so I'm getting ready to check out. And it's
man.
bedtime for me on the East Coast here. I got shit to do in the morning.
I was gonna
But
say,
on Boston Bear, man, like I have a whole new I'm glad you shared your story, and I appreciate you.
I was gonna say thanks for coming on. Didn't I meet you in Vegas, or were you not?
Yeah, yeah, we met for a moment. You know, just kind of in passing. Hey, how you doing? You know, so many
No
people.
way. Are you
Dude.
serious?
It was my first major flat Earth event, and it was epic. I met a lot of great people, put some faces to some names, and I mean, I'm not in this to be a popular flat earther. I'm in this to spread the truth. I mean, it sounds silly, but to the deceived and to the children. I mean, it's a trick. It's not the correct. It's not real. So ultimately, the heliocentric lie, it's like for us that see through it now, it's like we're at a magic show and we know how the tricks are being done, and we're trying to tell our friend next to us like how they're doing it, but they don't even know they're at a magic show. They don't even know.
Right, dude. It's such, to me, it's the quintessential aspect of my life right now that might change is to have this understanding, and then to navigate this world knowing it with the feeling that I have a duty and a responsibility to talk about it. Thunder Chicken in Boston, I don't think I could just live my life with my mouth shut, pretending that this isn't an issue. It's just, and this seems to be a common flat earther thing. I don't really know any flat earthers that could run around and kind of keep it under their hat. It seems to be something that you do. That's interesting.
I pick my moments. I pick my battles. I plant my seeds and I water them if I see that they took. But I don't go out fucking confronting people and woke raping people. Like, you know,
well, I
go and I have conversations. I meet people on their level. I conversate with them on their level. And when I see a chance to elevate the level, I take it. But like, I don't go out and push it on people at all. I go out and I have, and when you look at it, like if I looked at life like a fucking movie now, like I'm spectator and audience to my own existence. I just go out there and just try to have positive experiences. And if I see a chance to plant seeds and water them, I take it. But it's not my intention. I'm just out there to experience life now, knowing this understanding. It's my own little secret. I go out there and
it's probably
I can
positive,
have this different perspective on things, and it's an interesting dynamic and experience. And like I said, pick your battles. Don't let it agitate you. Somebody gets you angry, that's your fault. You know, I'm over being angry. I've been angry enough in life. I'm ready to enjoy it.
Yeah, brother, you're doing it the right way. You're ultimately you're using discernment, and you're allowing the Spirit to lead you in what to say and what not to say and when to say it. And that's amazing. And that's how it works. You know, keep doing, you know, keep being you. Cause like, this is another message that I'm telling people or I'm waking people up. I'm trying to wake people up to helping them to see how unique and beautiful and special they are in this moment. Like, I don't care about your past. I don't care what you used to believe. I don't care what you did before. Right now and right here, you're a valuable person. And let's figure out if you, like I was going to say to Stephen, like I was going to ask him, do you want to quit smoking? Like if you have a desire to quit, that's the first thing, is to say, yeah, I'd like to stop spending money on these smokes. And I know it's bad for my lungs and my body. I'd love to kick the habit. Then I would start encouraging him to be able to do it. And so anyway, you're doing everything you can do. I'm doing everything I can do.
And look, we all have our vices. We all have our vices. And Thunder Chicken, you're right. I like your perspective, and I'm not out there like in the streets. It's one of the reasons why I come on here and do this, because it balances me in my life. I can go interact with people and not feel like I'm like have this like big thing that I need to express all the time. So I express it here in a lot of ways. And I think a lot of people are, probably, acting in similar ways. All right, Thunder Chicken, I know your phone's going to die. It was good talking to you. Glad to see you, man. And, good luck with everything. And you seem like you're on the right path, homie. So
I'll be up more often.
Cool, man. Blessings to you.
And once again, great meeting you, Run Boston Bear. Meeting you again. I really appreciate sharing your story. Thank you. Have a good night.
Much love. That's cool, Boston Bear, that you guys have got a chance to meet. I'm actually fascinated, dude, that you're kind of new into this, relatively speaking. and I get it because I was the same way, man. Once it clicked for me, it fucking clicked for me. It was a weird thing where, so I'll give you my story real quick.
Yeah, do it.
I was presented with this information in 2015 when it first came out. I could remember where I was living. And I remember it was 2015 and I was like on YouTube and I was way into like, you know, the conspiratorium world at that point, but I was into the whole, you know, all kinds of stuff, like weird shit like Planet X and just getting into the whole like Illuminati and weird discovering like what the royal bloodlines are and the goofy stuff. I was in that mode. And there might have been like a Dave Weiss or somebody came on, you know, vid came on. This is before YouTube was suppressing this. And it said, we could see too far. And I'm like, what is that? What are they saying? The Earth's flat. We could see too far. I said, that's interesting. That's probably crazy, but maybe not crazy. Can we see too far? But I didn't understand that it was more about a different paradigm because I did the thing that everybody does in the beginning. You're picturing like, how could this flat Earth be in a solar system? And it's not right. So I didn't get it, but I shelved it. And I would hear things here and there. And then 2 years later, and I was in my professional life, man. I was a practicing doctor of audiology at a pediatric hospital. And not only was I a practitioner, but I was in management. So I was in it, man. I was in the system, the medical system. And I started to kind of come to this understanding, and it all hit me one day. And it was fucking Owen Benjamin, dude. Because I was watching Owen at the time, and he said something, and it made me realize that there's no way we're moving. And it was the elliptical orbit thing. It was, they say our orbit's an elliptical, so that took away the relative motion. I said, oh, that means we're slowing up and speeding down. That's impossible. You'd feel it. We wouldn't be able to live. The oceans would slosh. We'd all be dead. But it wasn't necessarily him. It wasn't necessarily the thing he said, but I was primed, and it was like the threshold was breached and everything tipped for me. And in that moment, within a single instant, it all hit me at once. I got it. I said, oh, it's a completely different paradigm. It's not this, oh, there's a flat thing in space. I said, oh no, we're here. The ground is solid underneath me. It's not moving. The sky's moving above me, just like I perceive, just like I experience. They just tricked me otherwise. And it all came to me at once. And it was like 2017, 2018-ish, you know, it was like that kind of time period. And then from then on, you know, there was, you know, like you said, and then you start realizing the other things. Then you start going into, you know, common medical practices and medical paradigms and everything. And then 2020 was a huge thing for me. And everything went from there. So that was kind of my story. But now I'm here all these years later, and I'm kind of seeing it from the back end now, where I kind of get that it's more than just the flat Earth. It's like everything that goes along with it. It's the deception that goes into it. Because then you realize, oh, it's the deception. Because, you know, it's like for somebody like Steven, well, what does it matter? It doesn't matter, really. It's the lie that matters. It's the fact that somebody lied about it. And then that they instituted these organizations, these governments, these institutes of education and higher learning that are perpetuating a lie. And I think they know they're lying, Boston. I think they know it's a lie at this point. So, you know, some people could say, oh, well, maybe it wasn't a lie in the beginning and now they're just caught up into it. I also think it was a lie from the beginning, but that's just me. So that was my whole thing. But like to see you where you are, and the fact that you seem like you gravitated and you understood it pretty quickly, like me, where once you got it, you understood the physics. You're like, oh, the Nile River would be impossible. Like for me, it was like the Nile River would be impossible on a globe. It's just impossible. How could a river flow uphill? Because that's what it would have to do. The water would have to move against gravity on a river. That doesn't make sense. So it kind of hit me all. Was your experience similar? Was it like, oh, I got it, and then it clicked, or did it come in waves for you? I always like asking people this, like, what was it for you? How did it go down?
Let me unmute. So I've always been good at YouTube. Like as far as, and this is just kind of how it started, or how you'll understand how I research. So my wife would say like, hey, I need a new mixer. Should we go with KitchenAid, or do you think there's something better out there? And I would read reviews, and I would try to like get around the algorithms and the fakery. And I would try to find like YouTube videos on it. And well, which one of these people is paid to say this, and which one is showing me really what is going on? And I'm listening to the motor, and I'm trying to like decipher, is this a good product or is this not a good product? So I'd already done that for years, like using the internet at my disposal to find information. And so at first I was like, man, what is this? What is this disinformation? Like, what's this block down here saying that flat earth is like archaic? So like right away I ran into a roadblock. I was like, man, I just want to research this topic. I can find the Easter Bunny and then Bigfoot and Loch Ness Monster and aliens galore. But flat earth, why am I being fed misinformation? And that was one thing that kind of put up a red flag. So
Interesting. Yeah, good point. Yep.
You know, I was like, well, why are they doing that? And then I found like a Dave Weiss video, or I started to find like quality videos, and I followed them. And then I would just kind of see in the chat like somebody else to follow. It was pretty hard to build my library of who I trust, like who I think is a real truth seeker looking to see what this realm is. Now I have a whole huge list, but
I know exactly what you mean, where then you get to a point where you start to hold each content creator that you come across as precious, like a precious gem that you protect and say, yes, this one goes on my list. And the conversely, I'm quick to get rid of people. Once I get some weird vibe that I'm not resonating with, I'm okay with like letting that person go. If I come back and resonate, it's fine. But I know what you mean about when the censorship comes on, it's a different game to find information. You then have to go on this quest for, what you hold is true. So, okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So, the long story short of how did I let go of the ball was I would do this research, and I would watch video after video, and I was trying to understand it and see it, visualize it. And so it felt like I took the heliocentric knowledge I had, and I kind of was trying to scoop it out of my mind because it was bugging me. It was distracting me. It was kind of like, why am I looking at this stuff? Like this voice was saying, you're an idiot. And I was actually embarrassed to do the research. So I had to get this heliocentric thought process and put it on the shelf. And when it was on the shelf and I was just honestly looking at the information with just hopes to find the truth, it was easier. This was so trippy. For 4 months, I did this. I would watch videos and ponder and think and pray. And I would say things like, what did you make, God? I mean, it is possible for you to make all of this huge outer space stuff. And for me as a believer, for years, I was like, the heavens declare the glory of God. Of course, the universe is big and ever expanding, had all these voices in my head. But I kept that heliocentric thing on the shelf, which it needed to be there for me to do proper and good research. And after about 4 months of doing this fight, because I forgot to tell you this part, I would do the research and during the day, and I would get to a point where I was like, man, it is totally not moving. It's flat. I get it. I see it. But when I would go to sleep, I would have like a Groundhog Day effect happen where I'd wake up and be like, oh, we're on a globe. Like, oh no, we're
interesting.
Dude,
that's what I was saying about the programming and the insidious nature of, let's say, indoctrination, right? Because when you're a child, it's like what I was saying before, you are primed biologically, anatomically, physiologically. You are primed for learning and conditioning. It's just the way it is. And then once we hit a certain age, those neural pathways are formed, right? And your personality is developed. And then you've kind of developed into this person, and you're this, and even more, I would say, precisely, your identity has been formed, right? You have a concept of who you are, and then, like you said, now you're being presented with this information that goes contrary to your very identity, and it's almost like consciously and psychologically and intellectually you tend to reject it, and to break through that is, I think, what you were experiencing. It's like you said, the Groundhog Day, it's the reset. I see that in people's relationships. Or maybe you have some kind of like issues with like a family member, and then you guys come to a good point, and then you see them 2 weeks later, and it's like you're back to that same issue you were having with like your mom and your dad, and you're like, oh, I thought we were good, and now we just reverted back to form. So I get what you're saying consciously. So go ahead, continue.
Yeah. The other thing is, and I'm just going to share this with you. I think my niche in this is not going to be that I'm some sort of Austin Whitsitt that can like debate the heck out of the topics, because that's not me. I'm approaching this whole thing from more of a psychological approach of helping people, because I mean, I think people need help, like a helping hand out of the deception. And now if they don't want help, and if they say, I like space and I like the heliocentric model and I don't want to talk to you about flat earth, then no problem. I don't have to be triggered about that. But I'm going to have people on my show. I have to figure out how to learn like OBS, and I'm going to start doing interviews with people to talk kind of like we're talking right now about, well, what was your truth journey like? And I mean, what did you look into first, and how did you realize that the earth isn't moving? But yeah, where were we going? Because I kind of just like lost my train of thought.
Well, you breaking through your cog disc and your Groundhog Day thing.
You got me. So the psychological component. So here we are in our 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, however old you are, and think about psychology, okay? We have to go back to the little kid, the little boy or girl that you were when the trauma happened. Because ultimately, if you talk to a glober and you tell them and you're trying to convince them or to show them the data, show them the analysis, and you're trying to bring them into the truth of the stationary topographical plane that we live on, they have to go back and address the trauma that was inflicted on them when they were a little kid. And I did. I mean, I was like, oh, wow. Now, I don't think my teachers were in on it. That's silly. They just went along with what the consensus was and what the textbook said and what the scientists said. So I don't have any ill feelings for the teachers that taught me. But I had to say, you know what? I was not told the truth way back then. And I'm finding the truth now. And I've mentioned this before on your channel. The truth has a frequency and a resonance to it. And I'm not talking about, oh, Z, this is what I believe. This is my truth that I'm going to preach to you. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact that what this realm is not a spinning globe in space. Okay, that's false. Now, can I tell you what this is? Not at this point. It's too complex. It's too beautiful. There's so many moving parts. And honestly, there's been billions of dollars and hundreds of years to propagate and push this globe narrative. And I told you on a show before that the globe was invented by how we see the world. Like when people go outside and look around, how you see the night sky and stellarium and all the star motions and celestial navigation, all that stuff is exactly the same on a plain Earth and a globe Earth. That's what's so tricky about this whole deal is, like, think about a puzzle. People like puzzles. There's 1,000-piece puzzles. There's 500-piece puzzles. This puzzle I'm going to tell you about is a 2-piece puzzle. One piece is everything up in the sky, the celestial bodies, the sun, moon, and all the stars and the wandering stars. That piece we know. Flat earthers and globe earthers, they have that piece, and that piece is correct. What is incorrect is the ground that we're walking on, because everything is derived off of the longitude-latitude system. Like every map that we have is the same map. It's all longitude-latitude. So even the flat earth map is a globe projection. And so what I'm trying to tell you is the actual sizes of the oceans in the south, the actual sizes of the continents and where they lay exactly, that is not known, because the king made sure of it. He wouldn't allow anybody to make a map that didn't use longitude, latitude. So
well,
it's
Boston, here's it. Like when I had Jaron on, he said that he thinks that the equator is basically 20,000 miles, and that North America is much smaller. Not North America, the northern quote unquote hemisphere is smaller than people think, and that the distances are different. And I agree with you in the sense that what you were saying, where it's kind of like they hijacked our perspective and the way we see things.
Mm-hmm.
And then they presented that as if it's basically planar and orthographic, so to speak, and they use that to say, well, it's the way you see is actually the true physics, but it's not. The way we see is not actual reality. It's actually quite different. We see in a very particular way where things converge in a distance, and perspective works a certain way. So I do agree with you with the way they kind of hijacked that and then presented it. And some people could say it was a mistake from the beginning. I personally think it was a deception, but I can see that that's up for an argument, because if you go out and you see a boat disappear and it disappears bottom up, well, I can see how somebody can say, well, that's going over something if they weren't aware of perspective or didn't understand it. Or like you're saying, if you see the North Star and you could be on a boat and you travel away from that North Star, which would be south, and you notice that it drops in the sky a certain degree declination the further you get away, I can see how one would say, oh, it's because, we're moving, curving around something, and that's why it's dropping, as opposed to, no, it's just your perspective. So I can see how people could think if they just mistakenly thought that it was a globe, but I think there was more than that. I think there was some subterfuge involved in it. But let me ask you before I let you go and wrap this, is that what you said, you kind of see your role in this in a particular way. And I look at my role in a certain way. Like you said, like everyone has a place. Like you said, there's the debaters. They're going to get on and they're going to do well, getting into the minutia. You almost have to like doing that. You know what I mean? Like, you need to go against like a people like, I don't know, like a fight the FTFE guy or the Simon Dan or whoever. And you have to be able to get into that arena. I see my role as more of like, being like the show I do, kind of like having a big tent and bringing people in and presenting it in a way that's almost like a carnival barker, for lack of a better term, right? Where I put on a goofy hat, a stupid clown face, and I kind of come up and do like a goofy thing and then introduce people slowly. And funny enough, Boston Bear, more than a few people have said to me, and I'm not saying this in a prideful way, just a factual way. They said to me, Z, like, you're the fucking guy who like tipped me over. Like, so just like Owen was the guy for me, I've now been able to be the guy for, like I said, a number of people. And that's a secret thing that I hold inside, is something I'm very proud of that I don't even really talk about much, is that, that's where, to me, it's like, oh, like I have that thing now, and I was able to then, pay it forward, so to speak. And maybe that's what we all kind of are maybe called to do in this thing, and say, okay, because it's like what I was saying before, like I can't have this information and not present it. Now it's like like Thunder Chicken said, I'm not out there grabbing people off the street and trying to shake them down. Funny thing is, Boston, I tried doing that once. It didn't go well. More than once. And it doesn't go well. So I do it in other ways. So that's kind of like my role. And you kind of mentioned your role, that you're kind of coming into this thing where you almost seem like you have the patience, at least you display it, where you can kind of sit down with people, meet them on an emotional level, and have that conversation, where I can do that sometimes, but I'm more of like the like I said, the carnival barker, like to chop it up with Steven. And like I was being goofy with him, and he left, and he, I saw him in the chat, and he was like, it was fun being up, Z, blah, blah, blah. I hope that the chat liked it and stuff. And I know he took it all tongue in cheek, but in the same time, I was frustrated with him. So I expressed that, but I can see you're more like able to sit down and try to meet somebody on that level, empathize with them, and express that. And that's probably a really good role for you. Maybe we all have a role in this. To me, it's a spiritual thing. I'm guessing you look at it as a spiritual thing also. So I appreciate that, man. And I appreciate that. I appreciate what you're doing. Let me wrap this. I may or may not do the news chat. I'm not sure, but I definitely want to wrap the panel. Boston Bear, dude, good coming up, man. I appreciate what you're doing. You do seem to be in touch with what I feel is like, I don't know, like the center, the heart of the community that's really trying to push this out, at least on social media. Do you see that? I mean, do you purposely do that? Is that something that
mean-
you consciously cultivate?
I just gravitated towards the people that were genuinely, promoting the truth of our realm. And so I know Dave Weiss personally. I could text him. Whitsitt, I could text him. Alan, Shane, Toby, we're all just boys that get on Discord, talk all day long about this stuff. So like, this is a YouTube show, and I like to show up and I like to present my heart, my emotions, my feelings on it. But like, I'm in it all day long with these people, asking questions and seeking, because this is a spiritual battle. It is an inversion, and the equivalence of like how the luminaries appear to move around a quote unquote globe versus flat, they're equivalent. And so that's why there's such a hard debate. Like if it wasn't flat Earth would have just been squashed like immediately long ago. But this has been raging since the early 1900s. And there's multiple old books that I want to get my hands on and read. But as far as like how and why am I up in the middle of like the main flat Earth people, is because I want to help, and you're helping, I'm helping. And I know it sounds silly, but what do men and women want to do in life? They want to help other people.
Well, they should, Boston. But let me ask you this though: do you
Mhm.
ever get discouraged? Do you ever have those moments where you go, "Hey, you know what? It's not my." Because I'm gonna speak from I'll just speak personally. I have those moments
Oh
where
yeah.
I go, you know what? Who do I think I am? And this isn't my job, and et cetera, et cetera. And why do I need the ridicule? But there are only moments, and I go because I have somebody like right here, Mad Max says, Z, you make us flat earthers not feel so crazy and stuff like that matters to me,
Mhm.
or somebody else said like, Z, you're the closer. You bring people together, and it's true because I could have, I've had Whitsitt on here, I've
Mhm.
had Flatzoid on here, I have Rose on here, I've had so many different people amongst the flat Earth community. I think my goofy, my zaniness, my weird presentation gives people like I don't know, like it lets them let their guard down in a way and come on here. So
Mhm.
I do see there, but I do have my moments, man, and I have to reach in internally sometimes and say, no, like you said, this is a spiritual thing. Because guess what, guys? I have a donation thing up here, and I appreciate when people donate to me, but don't think that flat earthers are up here making money, man.
yeah.
Don't think. There may be a very few handful of flat earthers that may be actually making a living off this. And when I say a handful, I mean a handful, maybe less than 5. Okay. People who are on here all day doing this, big names are not really doing this for money. So it's not a money thing. But for you, man, I mean, do you have those things like to know that, you have to go to your family things and maybe they find out that you're the goofy flat earther and, your kids are going to, as they get older, you're on internet, dude. I mean, your face is out there as a flat earther. That's going to come around to your personal life if it hasn't already.
I mean,
So I
bro,
guess what I'm trying to get to in my loquacious way is basically saying like, do you have moments where you kind of feel a little downtrodden, and how do you get through that?
So two-part answer. One, I'm pretty close to going Facebook, like just saying like, this is what I found. If you have questions, ask me. If you think I'm an idiot, that's fine. Just disregard this post. But I've studied for 2 years, and we don't live on a planet. And I'd love to help you get any questions you possibly have answered. So that's how public I'm about to go. Is just personal. I mean, because people follow me because I've been a distance runner for a long time, and a lot of people look up to me, and I'm not embarrassed. So here's the bottom line, Z. Who am I going to be nervous around? Because my wife is woken up, okay? And then the creator who made this place, all I care about is what does the creator think about me? And I'm not talking about what does he think about me looking in flat earth or being a flat earther or being a public, like putting my face out there. Like I want him to be proud of how I speak to my wife and how I raise my kids and how I communicate with Stephen on here. So I'm not always going to be absolutely a saint, but I've been through a lot, bro. We'll have to talk again because I mean, I've been through darkness and just like crazy amounts of drugs and depravity, just a complete depraved mind where I had nothing good to give anyone.
Wow. See, that's so wild seeing you now. And I think you mentioned that to me before, maybe.
Yeah.
But that's wild seeing you now, dude, because it would be easy for somebody to have a narrative about your life, have a
Mhm.
conception of who you are based on where you are now, and then project that out on you. But what you're saying is no, it's like much different, dude. And we will get into that another
Yeah,
time. We'll definitely talk
we'll do it
about it.
another time because I do need to let you know how like dark it was and how light it is now. But yes, I thought it was a two-parter. I can't remember what the question was, but I'm not nervous about being a flat earther in this world because the world's flat. Why would I be nervous about what the truth is? Now,
Right.
I remember now, bro. What drains me the most is when I get caught up in the chat with anti-flat earthers or shills or like paid opposition because like
Oh man,
I'm
yes.
trying, or even on Discord, you can talk in the VC, which is the voice chat, and you can have conversations like this with people, and it goes fairly well, even when you're debating. But if you go in the chat, it's toxic, bro. And I'll try sometimes to talk, and then I'll have like me versus three, where they're berating me and they're saying all this stuff, and I do get kind of spun up, but. You just have to be careful with your energy output. Make sure you're taking care of yourself with like the food you eat, the water you drink. Make sure you're loving, everyone around you and you're not being too distracted with this stuff. Like for me, I let your show go on pause. I totally engaged with the kids, got them down. I told my wife, like, I'm not really ready to go to bed yet. I knew I wanted to come back here. And so I prayed with her, tickled her back for a while. I was just completely with her. And then she's like, okay, I'm going to bed. I came back and now I was able to share some of my testimony. But yeah, man, I don't care what anybody thinks about me. I care about what the Creator thinks about me, and that's how I'm going to walk it out until I'm dead. And so that's why I'm in the movement, is to be not scared, vocal, and point to the truth.
Oh, let me say this. I put Boston Bears link in the chat. Sub him up. He's a guy you want to be sub to because he's not joking. He's kind of like has his finger on the pulse. He's living this every day. If you are a flat earther, or if you're interested in it, he's a guy you want to be involved with in so many ways. And I look at you like that, Boston Bear. To me, I'm like, okay, I got this Boston Bear guy. He's legit and he's got his finger on it. So if you say like, I'm like going through my day and I see you post like a link to a YouTube channel, I'll instinctively sub to it. I'll be like, no, okay, I trust Boston Bear knows that this guy's legit. He's not just going to throw up some bullshit link. So you're, to me, like a valuable resource in this whole thing. And there's so many people, dude, we're involved in something that I could have never even imagined. And here's the thing, dude, all the people that want to make fun of us, look, they don't have to know. If you know, you know. And we're doing something that I could have never even imagined. I would have never believed 10 years ago that I would be on the internet right now, doing what I'm doing, talking to people in such a way, and putting myself out here. I know you probably didn't think the same thing even a few years ago, but yet here we are. And I agree with you that we all have some crazy destiny. And there's a reason for all of it. And it's out of our hands at some point. We do what we do. And, the outcome is basically in the hands of the Creator.
Mm-hmm.
But I agree with you said, man, is that the idea of balancing things. And that's what I'm trying to do in my life. I'm trying to live as clean a life as I can. I don't drink anymore. And I'm, my big thing was cannabis. I've been smoking cannabis since I was young, and I'm endeavoring to move that out of my life because I'm 45 and I just think it's time. I don't eat well on it. I'm just trying to be pure and clean, and that's my new journey. It's going pretty well recently because I just want to do the best I can. I want to be the best I can for the Creator because, like you, I believe in the Creator in a real way, man. And it's not just like intellectualized for me. So I like your whole vibe, dude. Come back and talk to me soon, man.
Thanks,
and I
bro.
appreciate it, dude.
Do you mind if, before I bounce, if I say a quick prayer? I've done it on a few channels before.
Floor's yours.
All right, man. Thanks. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for letting me hang out with Z for a while and just kind of bat it around with some different people. I know that this is a strange topic to some, and some people actually are vehemently opposed to it. They think it's insane or stupid or ridiculous. But ultimately, what we're talking about here is what is the truth, and is the truth worth pursuing? So I just pray that people that are trying to walk a path towards the truth can find it. I pray blessings over Z and his channel and his basically, it's almost like a ministry because he is a light in the community. He's a dude that's trying to help people that are in a system that is designed to divide and get you addicted to materialism or drugs or alcohol. And he's just a cool bro out here just pointing people to the light. And so help us all because the world looks like it's going crazy at times, but there's no reason to fear. And I just surrender to you now and ask for your will to be done. And you keep showing me the path. And I pray this in Yeshua's holy name. Amen.
Beautiful. Amen. Back, brother. All right, man. Enjoy the rest of your night. Keep up the good work and stay in touch, man. All right.
Yeah, for sure. And you guys can email me at runbostonbear@gmail. Z, you can email me there as well. I'd like to be able to get, like, if I have something fire and I want to get it to you, holler at me so that we can be in contact.
Yeah, let's get in touch, man. Like Discord and stuff. I need to jump in. With the whole thing. You know, part of me likes to maintain my Z-ness and stuff, but I need to kind of get in on it because you're right. I need to be a little bit more available with this whole thing. All right, homie. Much love.
Peace. Much love.
It's Boston Bear, everybody. Wow, big show, man. Kind of all over the place. Almost going on 5 hours. So people that are still here, what do you think about these long shows? What do you think about like a tighter show? Anybody who feel like chatting, let me know. Like Heidi, you're here. Mad Mac, Somewhere in Time. Is the advice to me just say, hey Z, come on, try to do a 3-hour show. Try to do it maybe a 3 hour and 20-minute show. 3.5. What do you think, Cleveland Steve? I don't want to. Here's the thing, guys. I don't want to be. There's certain channels that like I like Machine Lies. Like I like him, but he'll come on and stream for like 10 hours and then he'll do 12 hours. But that's the way he does things. That's not kind of what I want to do. I want to do my show, and I want to do it 5 days a week. But I logistically can't do 4 and 5 hour shows if I'm going to be coming on 5 days a week. That's not how I want to do it. So I want to bounce it off you guys. Should I just go with the flow? Should I try to keep it tight? I mean, what do you guys think? Emilio says, love the shows, long ones. All right, thanks for the feedback. I'm just trying to get an idea on it, man. Steve says, go with the flow and the energy. Somewhere in Time says, do something with Bro Sanchez. See, appeal to your senses says we want long Z. Well, you guys are the ones here for the long stuff. But I would imagine that my most ardent supporters and listeners are the ones who kind of listen the most. So that does make sense to me. I appreciate it. I guess we'll just keep going with the flow. So what my plan is to do the 3 to 3.5 hour shows consistently. Heidi says go with the flow. Yeah. Somewhere Time says no, only can do a half hour of Bro Sanchez. Well, I like Bro Sanchez. I like him. Right, like Heidi says, you've had some great guests, and I agree with that. It's like, how was I going to cut Boston? Because I like talking to Run Boston Bear, and I know he's like has a family, and now he's spending his time here, and I'm going with it. So I don't want to be like, oh well, we're 3.5 hours in, because I would have never got to talk to him. But Heidi says, don't burn yourself out at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate that. All right, so what I'm not going to do tonight is the news because we're way too far into it, and that would just be superfluous. Here's the thing, guys. I could talk. I grew up in an Italian family. I told you guys in high school, my senior superlative, my senior year yearbook was most talkative, which is weird. I could just do it. But I also have the propensity to get burned out on things. And what I don't want to happen is that I come on here for months and months and weeks on end, and I throw everything into this and I burn out, and then I just say, fuck it, and leave the whole thing. I don't want to do that either. At this point, I don't think I can do it because I'm completely committed to this whole thing. Bex says, me too, gifted gab. Oh, we know, Bex. Bex, here's what I'm proposing, Bex. At some point, like you and I, like we could do like a pay-per-view thing where we get a bunch of people to pay money, and we get basically you and me like in a room, or like they handcuff us together and we have to like be stuck together for like 72 hours and to see if maybe like, I don't know, and just hope we don't kill each other. Like a Z and Bex 72-hour extravaganza. Let's think. All right, here's the thing, Bex. If we get, I don't know how the numbers work. If we can get 200 people to put up, let's say $10 each, that's 2,000. That's not enough. We would need more. Eventually, she said, sounds like fun. All right, so Bex, here's what I'm picturing. If we can get 500 people, we might not be able to get it now, but who knows, in a year from now, 2 years from now, between the two of us, we get 500 people to put $10 a piece up. That's $5K. And we do a 72-hour pay-per-view special, and it could be something crazy like that. It's like Bex and Z, and we can get other people involved on it, and we do like a crazy thing where like you lock us up, or we have to do some weird, extraordinary event, and like we make it a whole thing. Or we do like a like like a talking marathon, Bex. Like whoever can talk the longest like wins. Like in the old days, they used to have these things in the 80s where car dealerships would do it. They'd bring like 5 people into the dealership, and everybody would have to like put their hand on the car. And the last person standing like won the car, and it would go like days on end, and it would get like nuts. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. I still have Party Poet in the back. Is there any way that he's still awake? Are you awake, Party Poet? Are you there? It sounds like he's there. Party Poet, can you hear my voice? Are you conscious, sir? I don't know. He's breathing. I can hear. Party Poet, you're live. No Party Poet. Brit says just do a stream. You guys have the. I don't know. Here's the thing, Brit, about people trying to team up and do the thing. It never works. I've been around long enough now in this panel verse to realize that it doesn't work like that. It just doesn't. This is YouTube. All right, everybody. That's enough. Appreciate you all. Blessings. Good tidings all around. Brit says just one stream. Well, she's been on my stream before. Bex has been on my stream. Like, we've never done like entire streams together and stuff, but we've done that. Cleveland Steve says get some rest. I appreciate it. Here's the thing, Steve. I don't have a family. I don't have like these other things that are pulling me away. So at this point in my life, I'm okay with developing time here, doing this, as long as it's rewarding and I don't know, enjoyable in some way and people find value. There's frustration in it. The fact that I'm on here doing this and all the people that we know that do this, none of us are getting promoted in the algorithm. And that's on purpose because I think they're trying to discourage people who are actually, trying to promote truth in so many ways. So there's so much that goes into it. So I don't mind dedicating some time into this here, but what I want to do is build sustainably, slow and steady growth over time. Because I know audience members are going to come and go, listeners are going to come and go. It's not really about that, but every content creator wants to know that people are listening and they're interested. And yeah, I appreciate that, Steve. I do. All right, everybody, much love. If the fates are willing, we will be back tomorrow. Same Z time, same Z channel. Much love, everybody. Peace.